my side test.
Yo!
Yo!
Nailed it. Perfection. Beautiful.
We were missing a voice from our chorus.
Yep.
Oh yeah, where's?
He's around. He'll be here in a few minutes.
I
But
know,
hi.
but he missed the chorus.
True.
Fellow
True.
Just have to yo when he gets here.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, well,
No
we
question
just
there.
have to make him do it. Yeah.
Ah. So, we left off on. Luckily, we didn't leave off on like a big cliffhanger or anything, right? We left off at a fun spot, and it's been a hot minute. We have had the entire of holidays have happened. Holidays have happened at us.
All I remember is Soba want to hit bird with rock.
But this,
Things were revealed. A debate bro moment was had.
While we're waiting for Magus to siphon in, how's everyone doing? Do anyone do plugs and introductions and stuff? It's been a hot minute. Hi, I'm Jade.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Great Dictator. You might know me from such animations as Team Neighborhood, and
Oh God.
that's the only thing you know me for. The highest chance is that. But last year I also spent making some animations for another YouTuber called J Raptor, who has a really peculiar group that I can only associate with Kobold. Yo!
Where's our yo, Magus?
Sorry about that. I needed to get a drink, and also I was taking a nap because I'm an old man that's tired during the day.
Yeah.
Completely reasonable.
Also, to be fair, the new job I have has me waking up at like 7 in the morning for
He's
a
a
9 a.m.
teacher
class.
now.
I'm a teacher now.
Oh no. That means
Not
we
7 in
have
the
to
morning.
prank you.
Honestly, there's no prank has been greater than subjecting my my students to constant Teen Titans Go clips.
You monster!
I also wanted to make the really mean joke of, oh, there's no greater prank that can be pulled on him than him seeing his salary for being a teacher.
Oh, ouch.
He's not entirely wrong.
Yeah.
So.
I'm getting into the game. I'm just.
No, take your time.
I need a minute.
Take your time. We are finally getting back together after a while. We are hanging out, and being together and having a good time is the most important thing.
I'll be honest, I kind of regret not making a low poly flicker model, but at the same time, the environment I was in did not foster me to be like in the mood for dealing with Blender.
Understandable. Yeah, I'm coming out of a sickness, like I was just saying. Apparently there's a bug virus going around here that can last like 3 or 4 weeks, and the way it was congesting my bronchitis area, I couldn't laugh. Just if I laughed, it hit the vocal register in a way that set me into a coughing. Like it was just.
Oh,
so
I hate that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's so bad.
I hope none of the things I sent you resulted in such discomfort.
It's fine. It was just a depressing time, and I'm better now, and I feel better, and I set up a stream, and just the act of going through the rote process of setting up a stream. Because I hung on Sprig's stream a couple times, but I didn't set up any of my own because it's like just the process of loading up the stream and the avatar. Just like, this feels right. This is good. I enjoy this. This brings me happiness.
Have you? What was I gonna say? God damn it, brain.
I'm
can do
jumping
my
in right now.
shout out of things.
So, oh yeah.
So for people that are in my channel, you know about you can see my new model that I started. I debuted on New Year's Eve.
Heck yeah.
I want to see it.
I also announced / revealed that Shard and I got married over the holidays.
Oh yes!
Oh,
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
I knew I forgot something.
It was you and who?
Congratulations.
Shard and I, we've lived together for quite a long time.
Oh, that's
She's guested on
wonderful.
my stream a couple of times.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
One of my emotes is of her as well.
I knew I forgot something because I was tired and I was wanting to get home and relax and think about nothing.
You two are a very cute couple.
Thank
Well, that's
you.
just wonderful.
Who proposed? Shard proposed.
Aw,
Um,
that's super cute.
I'm not gonna lie.
like actually getting married was not that big of a deal for us because we've already been together for a really long time. It was just like a little visit to town hall kind of thing, but it is still exciting news and very happy.
Yeah.
Also, I have a thing coming up soon. Well, I guess not super soon, but soon enough. Time is like creeping ever onwards.
Now you get
The weekend of March 31st is the weekend of the Kobold Jam this year.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit.
It's the Easter weekend Kobold Jam. So if people would like to
Ooh.
participate, it's all organized on my Discord.
I will poke you about that later.
Yeah.
Might do some
Also
videos
one-
about that.
I also wanted to make a joke. Now you get to experience the best part of being with a partner officially. Tax benefits.
Liv, do you have anything exciting going on that you want to plug or talk about?
I'm gonna be getting a model refresh soon, a 2.0 design. That's gonna be fun.
Oh, nice.
So you know
What?
how it's the cyber doll, and I don't have any cybernetics. Well,
I'm changing that, motherfuckers.
it's not gonna have a voice component. That's just me wanting to press the button.
Understandable.
It's a good button. You should press
It
it.
is a good button, yeah. I won't look like a sexy librarian anymore, which some people are upset about.
Honestly, it's a shame. We'll find a way to persevere.
Is there
Maybe
another good librarian?
depending on who I get to get the model, whether it's Kakuma or someone else, maybe I'll have like, hey, sexy librarian toggle.
Yeah, I have an outfit.
Yeah.
You can't just have a button for that. That's cheating.
I'm in favor of cheating.
I guess I am.
Yeah, fair enough.
On a random note, I ran into a Warhammer meme, and ever since I saw it, because it's a reference to like Dawn of War voice line, I just keep randomly screaming it. Do you want to take a guess at what the line might be? I'm not gonna scream it here.
Leroy Jenkins.
No. Do you hear the voices too? There's something very fun about yelling certain lines.
Magus, how are you doing? Do you have anything you want to shout about?
Well, the thing that I'm shouting about is that I'm a teacher now.
Oh.
I'm teaching sound design for animation, and it's been a grand old time. It's also been a little bit of a chase because they're like, yeah, you got the job about 2 weeks before I had to start teaching the job, and I'm like, but I don't have any curriculum yet. So I've been kind of hastily putting together all the PowerPoint presentations, and I need to have on average 60 slides. So it's been a lot, but it's been very exciting, and I'm hopeful that at some point I can turn it into a class that I can teach people just in case they want to learn how to do this sort of thing.
That is so awesome.
I
Bill.
just wish it rewarded
Hi.
me more.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I don't
Cool.
stream or anything. Oh well,
No.
I I have actually been on a friend's stream regularly on Mondays. We usually play Phasmophobia, but I think we're going to be playing V Rising soon. So that's the Lotimus on Twitch.
Nice. So I wanted to start out with something fun because it's been a little while since we've played, by which I mean a very long time. And I like this game. This game is fun, but let's be honest, this game is definitely a weird one, right? This is like a George Méliès film, right? Like it's just abstraction and strange individual moments. 3 hours spent talking to a bird. Just normal tabletop stuff. Discussing philosophy with you know. Look, I want to start with a little bit more theatrics, in the literal sense, actually. I want you guys to tell me. I want you guys to regale me about the play that the Gripply are putting on about you.
Oh.
I want you to tell me how the Gripply have seen all of the exploits and things that you've done, that you've told them, and that they've heard about you up until now. Give me a little outline about what their play about your party looks like.
I feel like... Well, for Flicker, it feels like it would be a danger sign. So. I don't know why. He hasn't exploded around them, so maybe that's not accurate. But he did fly.
True, though tales of your explosions are undoubtedly told far and wide. I have no doubt about that.
Although the most prominent thing that they've probably seen is like the painful flying. Oh, yes! Yes! Boys, yes!
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah.
What?
That's a perfect
The
summary.
New World D&D channel.
I have not seen Avatar.
So
The players.
They have an episode where there's a play put on that recaps the entire story from the perspective of the Fire Nation.
That's
Badly.
exactly.
extremely good.
You know what? That's exactly what we're doing here, except from the perspective of the Gripply.
Look
Yeah,
down
granted-
there. It's the Grand Monument, the Great Divide. Let's keep flying.
Yeah, wasn't it like Snake Pass, I think? The extremely dangerous. Or whatever it was. Anyway, yeah.
Oh,
The curtain rises up, showing a bunch of Gripply shaking a cardboard cutout of a ship, with some others behind it, representing yourselves naturally, standing on top of a table, shouting their lines. Tell me, where does this play go from here?
Okay, can I start off with a detail?
Absolutely.
As is tradition of Gripply theatrical culture, every single one of the protagonists is wearing a small cardboard box that shows that they have rippling muscles and abs for their chest and torso, including the women. Just
Yes.
muscular-looking bodies, but like you could just see the head like poking out awkwardly from the top of the box. That's just the Gripply head. The best actors are able to speak without making it sound like they're being choked by their massive pecs and abs.
Jeez. I
I
have
can
a
only
thought that for some reason I feel like the Gripply there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what CC even is. Because technically, Cece carried the whole party here with the flying machine that she made.
True, true.
Oh no, is she a
They
sentient
don't
blimp?
understand that though because she already disassembled it.
I like to think that they're kind of think of her like, I'm not sure what the name of that show was. You know the show like where that old show where a kid transforms into a car?
Cece's
God.
a fucking transformer in their eyes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it works.
There's just a Gripply behind the person playing as Cece that makes the noises.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They have like
They just have
a
like
person-
4 or 5. There's like
Well-
4 or 5 different Gripply who are just all in like black paint.
And they just
like
put
bring
the
out
more boxes. They put more boxes on them, and then like the last one, when they put it on like the final head, you just hear one of them like land very solidly on the wood floor. Just
Fucking Soba's. Actually, hang on. I don't know what's funnier. If Soba's played by like 4 Gripply standing on each other's shoulders, or if Soba is just 4 independent Gripply, and each one is named a letter, SOBA, because like she's got this.
What I'm thinking about is
Like,
like,
they just-
Soba is actually 2 boxes stacked on top of each other. Not like, as drawn as one muscle box, just 2 separate muscle boxes, just one on top of the other, actually.
I like
They-
to. I
like-
like to.
I was gonna say, like, she's so tall, none of them have seen her face. She might just actually just be a torso with like a big like eye in the middle.
That's my theory.
With Flickr, the way I kind of imagine it's like it's not so much a box as it is like whatever a Pringles can shape.
You're just like you're like because you're always wearing armor. There's just like they just found like a big metal tube outside, and you're just played by the metal tube.
And there's like a Gripply head poking up at the top.
They share stories of you going and taming the wild dragon that was terrorizing the landscape, and finding weird goblin things, and ascending to godhood.
Where's the part where we blow up God?
Okay. I do want us to make in character commentary as if we're watching this unfold.
You know what? Sure, let's.
I don't think we can. I can't resist this. It's too funny for me to imagine. Well, I think they captured Soba quite well.
Soba not understand. Where is Soba? Soba just see large torso.
I think.
I believe you are the torso. I believe we're all the torsos.
Oh.
I seem to be a metal too.
It cuts to the scene.
Soba looks at Flickers like, "You're not metal tube."
It cuts to the scene where like the evil goblins have come to attack the ship, and they're all wearing like small cardboard masks of just angry goblin faces. The person playing as Rodelac comes forward and says, "Perhaps we can negotiate," and then falls onto his side and can't get up.
And then like multiple...
Is that part of the play, or did that just happen to the actor?
I think both.
Perhaps
we can
negotiate.
How would they
The Gripply
simulate the explosion? Do you think?
Okay, so here's the thing. We never told the Gripply how it happened, so which one of us do you think the Gripply would assign blame for the explosion to?
I think we might have, if I remember, I think Flicker mentioned the blood ring.
I believe you talked to the council, to the friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what if they think
Okay.
Rodelac did it because Rodelac was the one talking and then it happened?
No, it's just the bit of like just saying, if you do not agree to our demands, we will have to fire a warning shot. And then like the Rodelac one snaps his fingers, Soba picks up a goblin and punches it and just explodes into rain.
Confetti cannons
That
go
was
off.
our warning shot.
I do remember the goblin punching. Soba punching those goblins real hard. I don't
Yes,
think that's what caused
Soba reaches into her pack and she pulls out like 2 goblin skulls. Soba kept some as souvenir.
I don't
So,
think that caused. I don't think that was enough for the blood ring, though. I'm pretty sure that was still the explosion.
Soba
I mean,
could make it rain.
I mean, feel free to tell them that how much blood is supposed to be in a goblin.
It's not enough for blood rain.
It's like, is there really enough blood on the inside? Just as you're asking this, like a Gripply leans over and whispers into your ear, "They're bigger on the inside."
Oh, that's you do. Flicker just goes, oh, that's
members.
Flicker just goes, oh, that's fascinating. I don't think I've seen them inside.
Amazing.
But as Rodalag turns to you, he's like, "You have many times."
Soba pulls out like a small notepad and just writes the note to Soba: build goblin skin bag of holding.
What's
So
this bag of holding
Actually,
full of
no,
blood?
Hold on. Flicker just his eyes widen, like he does like the little head flick towards her, like it's like a boing, almost kind of motion. You can write.
She turns it over and it's just like she turns over the thing. It's like, yes, look, it's exactly how Soba's people write, and it's just like a pictogram. Like she's actually just drawn a picture of herself holding a bag of holding, and the bag of holding has goblin ears on the side.
Oh, that makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense.
The ancient texts.
Yeah. I like the idea of pictographic languages. I don't know.
No, I think it's fine, but it does present some problems later on. I feel. In any case, let's get on to the next part of the play.
Well, the next part is the glorious flight. I mean, they actually have the sailcloth that was used in the flight that they're using as a prop.
Also, I'm sorry, Jade, for the laughter.
No. I'm feeling a lot better today.
Honestly, I like to think if I'm laughing and I'm hurting at the same time. For some reason, like as like the hurt subsides, the dopamine gets released harder, and it feels even better.
Yeah.
That's how
No,
that
I'm
works.
fine now. Just a little bit.
That's exactly how dopamine
It's exactly
works.
how it works. Yeah. No, that's how.
Yeah, trust me. That's yep.
I don't know
That's
why
science.
it's like there's some kinds of pains, like I'm just going off of memory.
It's like how crab tastes better the harder it is to get through the shell. Like
I guess.
Yeah. Now I get it.
In any case, time for the glorious flight.
Um,
So,
I lean over to Soba. I say, Soba, I get the frustration at just being a torso, but do you see the one that's up that represents me? The box that's just wrapped in bandages.
She nods and she's like, "It's very, very accurate."
Oh, you don't have that many bandages.
Soba could give you bandages.
I have plenty of bandages.
Soba like leans forward because she kind of wants to see how they demonstrate pancake bird.
I don't think they've seen that part.
All right, well,
Wait,
why don't one of
Soba
you
would
guys
have
fill
told
in for
them.
that one?
Hmm?
So I feel like I've set the tone for this entire thing with these boxes.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah, go for it.
as it's going and the great flight is happening, they've got like so they've kind of got like some like bullshit like pyrotechnics, like like there's like Kenku like covered in like feathers of all different colors, like some of them were spray painted black, and then like they're just kind of like throwing like paper representations of spells and other weapons at each other, and then the one that looks like Soba jumps like backwards and tackles one of the birds, and a small trapdoor opens in the stage, and the Kenku and then Kenku Gripply goes down, and then lifts up a small pancake
Nice.
That Soba then the Soba Gripply then takes and just fucking eats like on the
I-
stage. Like
I just have one request. Can the actual air combat sequence be done as a Cirque du Soleil aerial silk sort of thing? And like,
I was just
yes.
I feel like the Gripply would definitely do that, especially if that was I think I named them Pizzazz.
yeah, yeah.
You're just making me think of like at one point as they're doing their swinging combat and stuff, they have to keep swinging back and forth because they don't know how to like have the axis of the chords to be in the center.
Yes.
So at one point, one of them ends up like overshooting, gets like twisted up, and their ankle caught in the thing. You just see them like swing by the scene every like 30 seconds or so, being like, yeah!
oh yeah, and the Soba Gripply is supposed to leave. It's supposed to leave the stage after they get the pancake, but they get distracted by the pancake, and they're just sitting there in the middle of everything going on, just slowly eating a pancake, completely zoned out because they were hungry.
I was just
sitting
like,
on the
imagine-
floor eating a pancake.
yeah, I
Yeah.
was just like, yeah, they're sitting around in this. They're sitting around in a circle, just like wide-eyed, like.
Yeah, like if like the scene ends, they like everyone else like exits stage, and that one just stays still like nibbling it, and like a fucking shepherd's crook just comes off and just pulls them off.
Well, I say it was impressive how they managed to get. I'm sorry, I forgot what Sprig's character name is.
Cece.
Cece?
Cece. I'm impressed how they managed to get Cece and her sound effect Gripply on the flight at the same time. They somehow managed to squeeze another one in. Because I'm just imagining like the sound effect one that follows her is just like he was right wherever she was. He was like right behind her, like hanging onto the cardboard chair. No, not cardboard.
I'm just not sure how they thought I flapped those wings to keep us in the air.
I think that's the. I think they might have thought Soba might be doing that.
It was an impressive effect.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be me that was holding on to the wings and flapping them and cawing all the way through that flight.
That does sound like you.
I think they might have replaced one of you with a stronger Gripply for that scene. He had awfully tough arms.
So Soba like thinks for a moment. She's just like, Soba thinks Gripply might not understand aerodynamics.
Well, they are bound to land in water, unless someone throws them off off the tree.
They do not even understand Bernoulli effect.
I don't even understand that. What the hell is that?
That's the reason wings are shaped like teardrops, unless that was in character. I'm sorry.
You know what? I'll keep that in character. No.
Yeah.
He wouldn't. No, he would probably know. He would probably.
Yeah, it's like, it's the thing that's like when like the wings, like the air goes over like the bulbous end of a wing and then like kind of shears down to a point when it reaches the other side. Is what makes lift happen.
Yeah,
I
they
just
don't understand the Bernoulli effect or Kuleshov effect. Both of them are just completely elude them.
Yeah. And yet Soba knows it.
Now this I will say in character. Oh, I think they understand collisions pretty well, as evidenced by the aerial dogfight.
Yeah.
I like to think that they represent my big beam thing by the front of the box opens, a lantern comes out, and then they take like 30 seconds to light it.
I like to think that us meeting with the council is just like a quick scene where it just devolves into like
High fives.
them. You know what? Yeah, that sounds about right. Then they just get distracted and don't talk about anything important.
Yeah.
Like
these Gripply are both at the same time the greatest stage men of their time, but also they have the brain capacity of a toddler.
Mm-hmm.
and they're directed by Pizzazz. So that's why
I've-
this is how it is.
Yeah. Pizzazz
So-
Pizzazz got something neurodivergent in him. We just don't know what.
We all do, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
So
Is it?
I cut. Sorry, go ahead.
Alright, that was awesome.
I just wanted to ask, like, since I feel like it was relatively eventful when it happened because the entire town could probably see it. I kind of wonder how they're gonna depict if Flicker flying was notable.
I mean, they would have seen you do it, and they would have seen just so much throwing you like a shot put. So I honestly have no
And
clue
if
how
they
the
saw you
Gripply
do it, they
perceive-
would have assumed that you always could.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is probably true, considering like, actually, would that have played a part in the aerial fight? Like I just detached and it, like, from a bigger plane, and I joined the fight.
Sure.
I'm imagining that they have like multiple scenes where they've just very hastily rewritten it for like you getting thrown like a shot put by someone.
Yeah.
And then
Uh,
that recaps, well, most everything up to the last episode.
Most.
You know, well, aside from like all the other things, but I think it's pretty. I think that's pretty. Takes care of most of it.
We had ourselves a Phoenix Wright bird debate.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold it.
That
Objection.
Not gonna lie, that discussion was probably the best combat session of the game.
Yeah.
I would actually agree with that. That was actually pretty wild.
I really liked how that went.
Did I wind up saying this during the session, or was this a Fridge Logic thing of Soba update autopsy report? I can't remember if that was a Fridge Logic or not, because I basically went to bed immediately after the session ended.
Understandable.
I mean, we murdered his presupposition.
True.
Yeah. I know Soba threatened the bird because fucking
I know
Soba don't like
Flicker
birds.
Flicker was thinking of a form of threat.
And you you also met his son,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which was an interesting moment.
Yeah, that was a family moment for sure.
He really was.
Luckily, it's Family Guy.
And
That's
now
what we can do.
it is extremely difficult to prepare the next session because I don't even know what cardinal direction you guys want to go in. You guys could go off to the west towards the Kenku capital across the river. You guys could go
Ken
south into the
capital.
marshes, which was your original plan. You guys could
could
head
go
back
to
to the Gripply, or even go all the way back to Lahnfell, or over to
We could
Museltas.
We could also go to Castle Ravenloft.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
I believe we've been
Let's
saying
not
we
go
were
to
going to
Castle
go back to
Ravenloft.
Landfill.
The map that you have here to the side.
Huh?
The
Oh
map
yeah,
that
this isn't the Lahnfell map.
I know, that's why it's funny. Yeah, or
Yeah,
we
sorry.
could just go to Castle Ravenloft.
I believe we had said that we were going to return to Landfill, though.
Yeah, we were going
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
That
To
was
at
the
least
original.
figure out what we're
wanted-
going to be doing next.
Yeah, we wanted to update the cartography stone and update everyone on what's going on. I think that was our plan.
Yeah, because it's been a while since you've
Yep.
been there.
Plus, we have to, we have to check in with the representatives for the Gerblins, because we've got all the people coming back to Landfill now.
Oh yeah, they fucking they joined our team. We Fire Emblemed them. We walked up to the anime boy and they Warm of Rock monsters.
Okay, so you guys are currently at the piece here. I know your party's vibing wherever they want to, but the pink piece actually represents the party's present location.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm understanding, turn that off for now. You are just going. So you're gonna be going back past the Gripply town and then along the trade route then? Should
Yeah.
be here. That's the trade route. That's actually has a road associated with it now. And by road, I mean a part of the dirt that's harder than the others so that it's easier to travel on. It's not, you know, ain't exactly Rome in these places.
About how clear are these roads? This is like just footpaths, or?
They are footpaths that have been, and some trees that have been de-stumped just to make sure that wagons can get through. It's more, wagon path would be the best way of phrasing it.
Okay.
Jade.
Hello, I'm Jade.
Seeing as we're backtracking, where's my displacer buddy?
Your displacer buddy was just left in the North Forest.
Okay, can we go pick them up?
I mean, it's a big forest and you don't know their migration habits.
I mean, they are my buddy. They are my buddy, and they'll answer my call for about a week still. So
I'm sure they'll find you.
I have
Yeah.
I have the tame beast feat. I would like to tame a displacer buddy.
Simply put, don't worry, I know about the beast and it will come up later.
Okay, fine.
Maybe.
So,
I have a proposal. Maybe you have been giving the displacer beast a treat for them to eat, and you now wear it around your neck in the hope that they will come back. There is a chance that this displacer beast will pounce you and try to bite your neck off, but that's just love right there. That's just your love language.
That's
I think
how
what Soba would
Soba's
be
tribe
willing to
says
do.
hi. Yeah. Soba's got like a displacer beast treat like on a pendant, and so by the way, that Soba like will like show her neck, and you'll see like multiple scars of like bite wounds from animals and people. Be like, that is how Soba's tribe say hello.
Yeah. I wanted like Flicker to say. So what makes that specifically a displacer beast treat? Because I'm just imagining it's like it's just a hunk of meat.
So Soba holds it up, and then like about 5 feet to the left, there appears to be a second chunk of meat.
Oh. Are you sure that's not just another displacer beast?
No,
chunk?
no, is piece of meat from displacer rabbit.
Oh, fascinating! I didn't know those existed.
Well, because you can't see them usually,
I'm pretty sure the point.
because they're displaced.
Pretty sure. Well, like Flicker is trying to wrap his head around it because, like, even if they're displaced, shouldn't he still see that it's a displacer, just at a different position?
No further explanation will be given.
No, let's debate the ontology of displacer rabbits.
I mean, Flicker. It's a very Flicker thing for me to do to immediately start doing that.
So the
Yeah,
questions
but then
I have,
Jade will hate us. Sorry.
so the questions that I have for you is, how are you going to travel? Tell me the nature and the methodology of your travel. Are you going to be renting a wagon? Are you going to be going by foot? Are you going to stop by the Gripply town first?
Soba just carries us in a wagon.
No, that's too much walking.
Oh god.
We're going to Sword Coast, Knife Point, whatever, Sword Point, whatever the town is.
Lawnfell.
What?
The Knife Point market is in
Dagger
Lawnfell.
direction.
Lawnfell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Landfall.
Sharp location.
They're taking the Gripply to landfall. They're taking the Gripply to landfall.
Sharp
Visceral
does sound
vicinity. I don't.
Oh god.
I just forgot what the name of the town was. I just figured like it was landfall. No, Sharp Point, like something with the giant sword related.
Knife Point Market is in the town of Lawnfell.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Anyways, though, do elucidate me upon your plans.
So, I want to say, okay, so I was just like kidding about Soba carrying us, though it is not out of her character to do so in the wagon. Flicker would propose with CC. Maybe we can make. Perhaps we can make a steam powered or the engine to help carry us there. To push the wagon forward.
I have a question for CC actually. How does
I was thinking something along those lines at least.
Brig?
Yes?
How does CC's chair move?
She pushes by hand.
Okay, I was like, if that has an engine in it, like if you could like turbocharge it, you just CC pull.
She has a, rather than like the full-sized wheels like the model, it's a smaller turn wheel on the sides of the armrests.
Ah.
And then it's just by nature of gears that she's getting more out of a relatively small rotation.
Okay. I was gonna say, because like going off-road, that must suck. Like I can't even go through grass on my own damn dog.
Yeah. It's hers is she's got like multiple sets of wheels that all have their own independent suspension. Which is how she can go up and down stairs. It's just that she has to be slow about it.
I thought she had spider robo legs or something.
How long would
She
it take
has
us?
the spider automata, but that's not how the chair works.
Okay.
How long would it take for us to build that? And if there is going to be like a wagon going with supplies from here to there, wouldn't it make more sense to just go with them offer them extra protection?
Is there a wagon? I didn't know there was a wagon.
I like to think upon that completely reasonable suggestion. Like Flickers already has his like hammer and like what other tool? A hammer and crank or something already out, and it's like just like gets sad and they go down. I suppose we can do that.
At the same time as it would be reasonable to simply rent passage or to travel with a caravan that's already traveling. We're also going to need to travel more than just once to make the trip, right?
I mean, true,
Not
but
just this one trip, but multiple times.
rarely will we be going places where there are roads.
So raise his hand. Bicycle.
I have an idea, actually, regarding the lack of roads problem.
All right, Dr. Brown.
Given that if we have the ability to make an engine that would be able to provide us with propulsion for the vehicle, it would stand to reason that we would already have an engine which we could use for such a device as, say, a large saw. Just because there isn't a road now doesn't mean that we can't just make a road.
Infrastructure is always a possibility.
That sounds more like sounds more like deforestation than infrastructure.
Why not both?
Deforestation is widespread cutting of trees without replanting.
This is
Cutting a single path and replanting elsewhere is just establishing infrastructure.
Yes.
I am picturing all of this as sitting in a tavern in the Gripply lands and talking. I'm just manning all of this completely in character for the record.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Soba is insisting on a 5-person bicycle the entire time. Like she's like sketched one out like 5-person bicycle is like regular bicycle with 5 seats.
I don't think that works with our size difference. unless you want to power most of it yourself.
I feel like no matter what we
I'm
want, that'll
also
happen.
not confident that I'd be able to provide much assistance for it either, other than in the building of it.
Yeah.
I think Soba can I believe Soba can compensate.
That is what Soba's ex-husband said.
Yet again, Flicker with like the amazed look. You were married?
For 5 minutes, he did not last long.
Oh.
Yes. Turns out broken pelvis is deadly. He fell off mountain.
Oh.
She didn't say those were related.
Oh.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
Yeah. Soba's life is a tapestry.
Have you
I don't know.
decided what you want for dinner? Any of you?
Oh, is this the waitress?
Yes.
Oh, what is your special for the day?
We have some crab. It's fresh from the coast. It's supposed to be pretty good.
How big is
Ooh.
crab?
We have it by the bucket.
A
You get
crab
you-
alive in bucket?
No, boiled.
Oh,
I don't think we have any that are alive. I can see if we can get one that's alive for you. Maybe we could like put us on some puppet strings if that's what you want.
Soba just wanted to see the crab bucket because she's heard of the analogy before.
Oh.
Pardon, so
I'm-
this
I mean-
fresh crab is already dead?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I think we can. I think they,
Then I think it might be best not to serve it.
Why?
The shellfish have some dangerous small parasites and germs in them. And if they die, then it gives time for those parasites and such to hatch and grow.
Oh!
You get
we
very
cast-
sick
like-
if you...
Didn't she
We
say it
cast
was
remove-
fresh?
We cast remove disease on everything before we serve it.
Oh yeah, Magic Land.
Yep.
Hey, for magic! Bring Soba
Eldon-
biggest animal.
Eldon-
Cece just like rubbing her temples a little bit.
Little one, magic is very useful. Why you hate so much?
Oh yeah,
Only hate.
yeah. The cook's pack.
It's useful, just... There are a lot of things that can be accomplished without it.
Yeah, but
True,
that's
but
much
even
harder.
the cooks, cooks
Why?
back home, even the cooks back home in Camelot do that.
When you say that it's useful, but a lot of stuff can be done without it, the waitress looks at you and looks into your soul and just says, "Why?"
Such a genuine response.
I feel like she has a moment of 1,000-yard stare before she before she manages to recover her composure a little bit more. And well, not everyone can use magic.
Oh yes, that reminds me.
Her head tilts like a husky.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yes,
Why?
that reminds me of something which we will talk. Yes, that reminds me about something that we will talk after we order. Do you happen to have any chicken also?
Uh-huh.
I will take a plate of that, please.
Okay. Half a chicken and a bucket of crab legs for the table.
Sounds good.
She sounds fantastic. I'm hungry now.
Uh,
Jeez.
Flicker then immediately. Okay, now that we've established that, thank you for the reminder. Why did your knee clang? Or no, your elbow. What was it? Was it the forearm or the
It was your leg,
elbow?
wasn't it?
It was
Those are
bloating.
shin.
Yeah, Shin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did your shin clang when that one skeleton attacked you?
That is new to me as well.
Oh, good, another mystery. This line is full of surprises.
Oh yeah, it was
Sort of like this
specifically
thing, isn't it?
it was
Mysteries?
specifically her tibia, wasn't it? Because it's tibium.
Right. So Flicker, I'm trying to think of like what would Flicker, like Flicker brings out like his smallest like little hammer. He's got like a very small petite hammer, and he just like, may I, just to be sure.
I mean, I suppose.
And he like just like gently like hits it.
There is still, like, skin and meat in between, so hitting it with a hammer isn't going to give you a whole lot of information.
Well,
But I
gently,
will-
gently hitting it.
Yeah, but I will say this: more for CC than for Flicker. Though you actually Flicker, you can give me a check if you want to notice this. The new bone does seem to have a similar elasticity to the one it replaced. You don't feel like it doesn't like reverberate across your entire leg when as if it was full titanium.
Oh yeah, this is just like perception. I keep forgetting it's not
Yeah.
like a. I keep forgetting it's not a noted skill.
Well, that's the thing is you can roll whatever skill you can convince me works.
I guess. Oh, well, I mean, this is gonna be poor either way. I guess like either perception or not performance. Is there no investigation? I keep forgetting that in this.
No, it's investigation gets lumped into so it depends on what you're investigating. So if you were investigating something that is like a zombie, for example, you'd be a cult, for example.
I guess maybe my crafting in this instance.
Sure, why not? Yeah,
Okay,
you can
so
recognize it
that's
off that.
7 plus 13 then.
Mm-hmm. So you both do recognize
So what?
that.
Do you, remind me because I was like thinking of like which skill to use. What do I notice again, please?
There isn't a reverberation any more than a regular bone has.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well,
And CC, you can feel it intrinsically, obviously.
Yeah.
well, at least it seems like it's not really doing anything bad to your bone.
It feels like it moves more or less the same as a regular bone, but
I'm sorry. I could
I'll
not.
have to see how it turns out in the long run.
I'm sorry, I could not resist that joke.
It's all good.
I really feel like we need some tavern music. I get very antsy whenever there's like no music for too long.
Yeah, I
Let me
need
put on this Endress Night.
I need to set up a bot so that I can play my own music because I have music planned out for these various scenes. I just can't play them because I don't have a Discord bot to do it. I'll figure that out for next session. I've been meaning to. It's just sick. Anyways.
Yeah. Can I? I'm trying to think of like what else can I do that would help me examine her without cutting her open.
Yeah.
Well,
What if simply remove bone?
I would not advise that. The bones
Yeah,
don't grow back.
please don't.
For now, she seems to be. Actually, can I also try and roll like a medicine? Potentially,
Yeah, absolutely.
just to see if she looks any worse for wear or anything. So that's okay. Let's see. Okay, 16 plus 7. That's pretty decent. That's 20.
Cece, would you let Flicker undo the bandage so they can take a look at the wound?
I'm sure you have
I'm
treated.
not sure
some
that
of
she
my
would be
wounds.
comfortable with that, actually.
Oh, that
That's
she
a
would.
fair response.
Yeah, I think she's gonna not no.
Oh, okay. This is. I shall not intrude upon I shall not intrude. Part of the Dragon Code is Dragon Knight Code. Do not intrude upon a lady's wishes.
As far as like how she's looking, I imagine she's looking at least a little bit worse for wear, what with blood loss, but
Oh, a good helping of crab will help with that. We'll park you right up.
As if on cue, you are served. Here you go. 1 large crab bucket, and I give you a full roast bird because there's a couple of you there.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you. Yes.
Enjoy.
I like everybody cracks into their stuff and whatever. Cece is. She cracks open her first crab leg and then fishes everything out with a fork and then like picks through the fibers and makes sure that there's nothing like in it.
Roll
Soba
me your
will.
Cece,
Sorry,
roll me your
sorry.
new skill.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. She has a new secret skill.
Mm-hmm.
Nat 20.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was sure this is okay.
I think that's the first one you've actually managed to succeed. Oh my god.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, so that's a 22.
Okay. The meal was cooked with magic, and it was treated with magic, and it's just overflowing with it, and it just doesn't taste pure. It doesn't taste right to you. It just feels like something's wrong with it. You're still hungry after you have some.
Can I make a that's odd or like a insight check on this?
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull out my. Oh, I've already got one there. Well, let's. All right, folks. Here's our roll of the
die.
day. Am I gonna roll a 2?
Oh, where's that
Let's do
die?
it.
Oh, there it is.
So
There it
was so while
I have
this
it
is
set on
happening,
20 just to be sure.
I believe.
Soba's gonna ask Flicker to cast enlarge on the crab.
This would be my perception check, right?
Mm-hmm.
For my insight. Here we
Yeah,
go.
That's
That's a
good.
14.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
Pretty good roll.
Oh my god.
New year, new
Uh,
dice.
Flicker just goes. Flicker just goes to Soba. I think you're confusing me with a mage. Soba.
Oh right. But
So,
I keep
Magus.
forgetting. Look,
Mhm.
Soba
I know. Well, listen. Growth or shrink device is not outside of Flicker's wheelhouse. It just doesn't have one on hand right now.
What you notice is that the crab is excellent, and the chicken is well seasoned too. And you've seen Cece eat similar things in the past. What your insight reveals is the confusion of her not enjoying what is objectively a good meal that you have firsthand seen her enjoy before.
Flicker also like.
Simultaneously, not much information and a lot of information, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Flicker on occasion like uses his flame breath to make the meat darker.
Jeez. I'm gonna have to ask you politely but firmly to leave.
He likes the crunch.
And you don't eat your food well done. Get out of here.
I said on occasion, okay? He varies it.
Cece, you do have some rations that you made yourself, I'm sure. Trail rations. At any rate, though, that is that moment. The food is quite good. This is. It's not like, you know, a full Heroes Feast 5-star restaurant, but by local food standards, this is a very nice and very pleasant establishment.
Flicker, meanwhile, eats. I think the most out of character thing that might happen during the eating for Flicker is, or at least the thing that you guys might perceive is, how just wildly he eats. He doesn't even like use the utensils or anything. Because apparently at court they have not discovered utensils yet.
Oh,
so
no.
they eat. Yeah, so he eats like soba.
Fucking,
I mean, I
speaking of,
kind of picture all Dragonborn doing that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that
Soba
tracks.
Soba just picks up a crab and just like without taking like deshelling it or anything, just bites into it like a cookie.
He's got the teeth.
Crunchy.
She's got the teeth for it.
Extra. Actually, I actually don't know what crab shell is made out of.
Chitin.
I think
actually,
it's
though.
Chitin.
Oh, extra calcium. It's fine.
Yeah.
So, the evening is pleasant, and all have a good time. How will you be leaving in the morning? I mean, you can also go back and do more dialogue. I just wanted to make sure that we're staying on topic. Or on track.
Yeah.
Through the front door. That generally is how people leave.
Ostentatiously.
None of us is a bard, so.
I flounce.
Wait, what?
I said I flounce.
Oh, I also think I forgot to do something. I think I wanted to.
I throw a flicker.
Why?
Because it's funny.
Why not?
Look, I gotta teach you how to fly somehow.
Well, I mean, you can throw me like out the window, maybe.
Exactly. We gotta keep up appearances because all the Gripply think you can fly.
There are regular caravan passages, though not usually. They're less caravans and more just like, you know, a couple carts that are traveling together.
Oh, actually, I have a. So, have we decided that do we want to make an engine, or do we want to make a bicycle, or do we just want to hitch a ride on a caravan?
Bicycle.
I'm just gonna toss out that both of those would probably take a while to make.
I do have a proposal for a vehicle, but it would probably take us about a week to actually complete construction.
I mean, I keep forgetting. Are we in a rush? I don't think we're necessarily.
No,
in
no,
a rush.
we're just kind of hanging out. We're just kind of doing whatever.
Depending
We
on who
do
you
have
talk
some
to.
pressing matters, but
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should just try to keep on task because there are some
Yeah.
things going on.
Yeah,
Depends on
I
who you
mean,
talk to. I'm sure the
I
Gripply would
think
consider it to be a rush, as would the mayor.
like the thing is, I forgot like the exact details, so I forget like how the level of rush.
I mean, we gotta go blow up the King capital at some point, but like,
The can. I think that was the name that I.
yeah, and Jade hated it, so Jade has been actively
Yeah.
not calling it that, so we'd hopefully we'd
I will
forget.
not.
Or-
It's
yeah,
I hated
I will
it,
never
but
forget, motherfucker.
I hated it, but
We will.
I
refresh
hated
that
it, but
when we get there.
I hated it, but I also really love it.
yeah, same. Right then. Hi.
Man, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Since it's been a couple of hours since I've ate, man, you starting us off with like a nice meal, and I'm just like thinking of like, man, I could go for a fried chicken sandwich right now. That always hits the spot.
I had fresh crab the other day. It was very good.
I'm not so hard, I live by the sea, but could never really get into seafood because I don't like my food fighting back. or being paranoid
Coward.
about. I just don't like being paranoid about like, okay, did they actually clean up the bones properly? I don't like that paranoia in my food.
Anyways.
Look,
Just eat the bones.
No.
My proposal, though, for a vehicle is my thought is for us to walk, like to travel by foot. How far was it to travel? It's about a week to travel, like from
Actually,
Landfall to the Great
I
Tree,
have,
was it?
I have to ask, since we're taking a official road, a reasonably traveled road, wouldn't that? I'm just going off of like general gameplay from other games logic. Wouldn't just taking the road like actually be a bit less time? It would
So-
take. What?
It's a couple days with a stopping point in the middle.
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
That yeah.
hmm.
That's it's not
Like,
not about
if
it's
we're-
yeah.
If we're on a rush, I still recommend like. Well, I mean, we can join the caravan first of all, but I recommend like our own cart with our horse being Soba, our workhorse. So
Why
I'm
would
sorry.
you? I can't believe it. Volunteering Soba for things.
I'm a,
Like
I'm a-
she.
I'm a, that's the
So,
thing.
would you like to pull the cart?
Yes,
Yes,
I
Soba
should-
would like to pull cart.
I should not.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should even Flicker as a character would probably not be that presumptuous, and he would probably ask you politely.
Yeah. Yeah, like Soba
So-
wouldn't be mad that so wouldn't be mad about doing it. Soba would be mad you didn't ask.
Yes.
In return for
But-
a cart, you are asked for an hour of labor each, and to do an assist around the other
What can
Ghibli.
Flicker? What can Flicker assist with? Please give me a reason for mischief, and
And
go,
it is-
go get.
The way their culture is set up, it is as long as you are putting in a work credit towards someone, then it is handled, and you could do whatever it is that you would like to do that would suit you and your style.
So the two
As long as it
so the
helps.
so the top two things that come to mind for Flicker is blacksmithing or tinkering. Which
Mhm.
one do you think? Which one do you? I'll leave the choice up to you. Which one is needed? You
They would
already
probably
know.
want some help tinkering on carts.
Okay.
I mean, they already have a cart already set aside for you guys, so it would be mostly wheel repairs for ones that had come in. But so because they don't want you,
Okay,
since this is an hour of work, they're not going to put you on a long-term
Oh,
project.
also, I guess I should state this. This is like a passive at this point that Flicker does. But of course, when the next morning came, he spent the night tinkering on some more toys, and he distributes it to the first children he sees.
It is much appreciated.
Before he gets to work on cards.
And Soba, being quite large, is very easy to find work for near a woodyard.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what, I mean, and CC of course has the engineering stuff. I'm curious, given the request that you put in an hour of labor towards something, what do Koss and Vodalak do? What services do you offer to the Griffey?
Well, I
try-
imagine that Rodalak would probably offer some level of private investigation, or at the very least, problem solving as a service.
Delegation.
But
No, wait, that's not the word. I'm looking for.
but you're only putting in an hour. Is that enough to solve a mystery?
You don't know the kind of speed run I can do to solve a mystery.
Rodalek just starts BLJing up a fucking staircase.
Just imagining like a
You
Gripply coming down. It's like, I've
underestimate
lost
my
The Gripply running down. I've lost my glasses. I believe that my partner must have absconded with it when he ran off with the children. Slowly moves finger to forehead, tilts down glasses. You're a genius!
Yeah, that's immediately
Amazing.
what I was
Perfect.
thinking.
Liv, what is BLJing?
Backwards long jump.
Oh, okay, Super Mario 64 thing. Okay,
It's
Yeah.
the infamous speedrun tech.
but bouncing yourself up the staircase, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kas, what do you do?
Medicine. Probably. I go and see
Yeah.
if there's anything I can do. You know, if there are people who are hurt, I know enough about that to be of assistance. So, yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You are able to receive a cart, and you would even be offered a small bray.
You know what's funny? I imagine like the one of the two carts that Flicker service. It was done fairly fast, but one of them is just like incredibly tricked out. Like the wheels are huge. They
Has
got
hot rod flames on it.
yeah. Like the wheels are huge, got hot rod flames on it. He even polished like the bits of steel on it. Just real pimp my ride stuff.
The travel is fairly pleasant. It's deceptive to think about how much chaos there is in this continent because, well, sometimes it's simply peaceful. There's no swarming ambush of Kenku, there's no ravaging of giant monsters or displacer beasts or anything of that nature. For the first day, it is just a very nice ride. Though on the start of the second day, partway through the second day, as you begin to get a little bit closer to the town halfway through, you do see smoke in the distance.
Oh, I think that must be the halfway point. It's a camp, I heard.
Like, okay, how much smoke is there?
Survival.
Okay.
Can I also roll to see?
Mm-hmm. Survival check. Yeah.
So that's 14 plus nothing. It's just 14.
Actually, I'm gonna take an insurance on that, actually, so that's a 19.
19?
19, yeah.
Okay. Too much is the short answer.
Oh,
Oh.
no!
Well,
That's not
Not a
good.
great sign.
all right. I'm going to.
At least we're headed there now, right?
Yeah. May I make an Arcana attempt?
Mm-hmm.
I want to determine if the fire is something that's magically produced, or something that was if the source of the smoke was magically produced, or something more mundane.
Yeah. Go
Might give
go
us
ahead
an
and roll
idea of
that.
what we're dealing with. Yeah. Bop. That is a 10, and that means with my Arcana, that's a 21.
It is not arcane at all.
Okay. As he looks, Rodelac looks over to the rest of you. Well, is curiosity getting the better of us?
If there's signs of trouble, Dragon Knight
This
is
is
duty bound to help.
this is
Our
also
home?
a fairly important hub between Landfall and the Gripply.
Yeah. So I think maybe we should fix...
Plus, it's on the way. It's like, why not?
You might as well.
We're not going out of our way for it anyway.
No,
Yeah.
it is the
The
town.
worst that could happen.
You realize as you continue that no, it is coming from the town.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I should be good on my health by this point. By the way.
As you travel forward, presuming you do, let me know if I'm wrong on that front.
No, we
You will begin to see some buildings and some flames. People are running around, and as you turn the final corner to actually see the town proper, you also see a large centipede. And I mean large as in it's about a story tall and covered in flame.
Is it shooting fire or is it just on fire?
That would.
I think
It
one
is
way or
on fire.
another.
It is spreading the fire. I'm going to say it that way. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Shooting
well,
implies
that's
a level of intentionality.
So Flicker, this has got to be a little bit tough for you. Everything's on fire, and it's not your fault.
it's actually a bit of a relief.
He says, he leans over. He's like, while I understand the connotations of what you're saying there, saying it's a relief that the town is on fire, not a great look.
No, he's right. He's
okay.
right.
Not great optics.
Currently being on fire is not the same as burned down.
What's up,
I'm
Spig?
just saying. I'm just saying.
I was just gonna
happy
say,
it wasn't my fault.
can I have CC craft something as we start crafting something when we see the smoke and we know that we're going into a big fire?
You know, I actually wanted to suggest something, but like the excitement, I forgot about it. I wanted to suggest, now that I can glide and such, I could do a bit of scouting, because I also have a spyglass. If someone, were to throw me into the air.
Super throw.
Yeah.
What does Soba have to roll to throw?
Because you've already practiced it a bit, I'm going to say that unless you're trying to do something specific and unique, you just can do it.
Alright, Soba throw.
This is a default ability now.
Default ability, Soba throw.
Soba throw
Yeah.
flickers.
Your points. You all those.
Straight up
CC is
fast
going
special.
to make a slightly modified version of her book thief brew. Because
How long
it's
is
a
it that-
glue that copies ink.
Yeah.
Basically, she's just making just a lazier version that doesn't copy ink. She's just making this big of a batch of glue as she can, as fast as she can.
Yeah.
Time is of the essence, though, and you will be able to get a start on that batch, unless you can craft extremely quickly and have enough water to be able to craft as much as you might be hoping to make. That may prove difficult, but you can certainly get a head start on it.
I do have my quick repair and quick craft stuff.
We will open up first
yeah,
with
that was
discovery
good.
checks. Do you remember how discovery checks work? It's been a hot minute. And everybody may make a discovery check, and this will serve as your initiative.
So notice roll, or sorry, perception roll.
Not perception specifically, unless that it is. It's any roll that gives information rather than does something. A discovery, it could be any roll on the list, but it's a roll that is not creating a result. It's information gathering.
All right.
I guess
Cultism
since
could be-
I'm literally in the sky, I'm literally an eye in the sky right now, with my spyglass that I fixed since the goblin incident.
I'll use my academia.
I think I'll just go with my perception for now. It makes sense.
I'm gonna see if I know anything magical about this thing.
Okay, 10
You alright?
plus.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
So it's 10 plus 7.
So
Yeah,
30.
17. Perception. Oh, what do I see?
15 on Arcana to see if
30
there's
on
anything magical going
Uh,
on here.
I'm
30 on
actually just gonna
academia.
I'm just gonna go around the table for organizational purposes. We'll start with
Okay.
Magus.
Yeah, makes sense.
You
30.
What was your role and what are you looking for?
Academia 30. I'm looking into the origins of this centipede, if they are naturally on fire or if it's some particular type of magic creature otherwise that I might be able to identify the entomology of.
That is a very good use of a discovery roll. And a very good roll on top of that. The centipede, judging by its shape and its body, It does appear to be naturally on fire, though it does also stand to reason that if this was a common occurrence, then that would be, precautions would have been made against it. So while this does appear to be a naturally occurring fire hazard beast, it does not, they were not prepared.
This is not their habitat.
Right. Sprig.
Yes. Cece I got a 25. Cece is crafting. She is trying to frantically finish the glue that she was making. And try to keep an eye out for any materials she could use to try to make a larger batch. Rather than just, like, with what she has on hand.
Okay, you were able, simultaneously looking around for materials and also frantically crafting are kind of two separate skills, and you are able to succeed at one of them. Which one do you pick?
The crafting of the glue.
Okay, how big is your batch?
Huh?
In this
Hang on.
wagon.
Sorry. Thing broke. I clicked
Oh,
on
no.
a thing with my push to talk button by accident.
No worries.
So, for what she has on hand at least, she only has, like, her water skin worth for water. So probably, like, 5 small parcels for what she's aiming for.
So what, like 10 liters then?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Because the
Alright.
intention was that the glue has a viscosity high enough and a thermal tolerance high enough that she can use them to help smother flames.
God, I don't even know what to roll for my end. Shit.
Slightly better than just like throwing a water skin on stuff.
Do you want us to skip you for a moment, Liv?
Please, I don't know what to do.
Alright, Cass.
I rolled Arcana to see if there's anything like a magical component to this fire.
And what did you roll?
15 Arcana.
There is a lot of arcane interference nearby. You can't place a finger on it, but there's a bit too much magic. It's like when you walk into a library and there's just so many scrolls around that you just kind of like have to clear your head before you can really focus on finding the one that you want.
Yeah.
Okay,
GD? Should say Flicker?
I guess I'm surveilling the battlefield and to see if there's anything odd about the worm being here.
And what have you rolled?
Like, I rolled 17.
17.
I spy with my spyglass above, so I got a pretty good tactical viewpoint.
There is a building, an ancient building. Have you guys come up with a name for the ancient buildings yet, by the way?
Ancient buildings?
Yes, I've been referring to them as ancient buildings.
Understandable.
Yeah, they were like ruined temples kind of things that have been... We figured out the source for how Gripply make their life magic crystals.
Yep, I was just wondering if you guys decided any nomenclature. There is one of those buildings. And people appear to be funneling into it, as this one has an inside to it. You've not been inside one of these yet.
That is true.
Aside from the forge in Montville, I suppose.
I guess I also want to ask, is there maybe like a rain collector in the area?
No, there is a well, like an actual like stone well, with a bucket and everything.
Okay, that throws a plan into question.
There are a couple of people trying to bucket brigade, but like with limited effect because of the nature of having to dip down and grab a bucket of water each time.
Is there any other point? I guess like points of note in the area.
With the chaos and panic right now, not that you can really make out. I mean, you can do better investigations once the dust is cleared, but that's what you're able to ascertain, is more the flowing of movement of panicked people.
Okay, because I was just like looking for things that we can use in town to help out with this. What else? What else can I ask?
Well, I think
guess
for 17, that you've gotten a good amount of information.
Yeah, but I can't seem. I guess my final question would be, because I always want to explore every question I can think of.
Of course, of course.
No source of like nobody else around that looks kind of suspicious, maybe.
It's impossible to tell if anybody's suspicious in the amount of chaos and panic.
Okay.
People are running. People are running away from houses. Other people are running into houses to grab valuables. Other people are trying to stop the people from running into houses. There's a lot going on here, and it's kind of a bit much to take in. There's no giant laughing villain that you can see, but that's not, you wouldn't necessarily expect one anyways.
Okay, so it's mystery for after we deal with the worm. Okay.
It's kind of a lot going on.
So
Is there a very angry cat in the background somewhere?
Yeah,
I did hear that.
that's on my end.
I
My cat and Sai's cat are fighting. As they always are.
Actually did not hear the cat. I think like after like Flicker like yells out like all of the things of note, he says like, well, I mean, I guess he's descending already, but he's gonna like do like a full-on descent like towards the town, toward the worm to start hopefully like distracting it, because he is.
Well, we're still in the discovery phase. When you have
I know.
That's like a great idea.
I know,
Soba,
yeah,
Soba, if you would be so kind as to tell me what your discovery check is.
So Soba hate magic. So Soba is going to. I imagine Soba would probably recognize the smell of magic in the air, and I would like to make an occultism check to see if I can identify are these creatures from this plane? Were they summoned in? Are they being controlled? Is there some sort of magic bullshit in the air that Soba can fucking identify? That is a 17 plus 7, so that's a 24.
All right. There is magic in the air, but it's mostly just the romantic kind. No. There is a lot of magic in the air, but it is not like I said before to Kass, it feels more like you've entered in your case, a wizard's home that has a bunch of magical knickknacks in it. There's just a lot of magic around, but not a lot of focused magic.
Oh, wizard lives here. Okay, nothing of value lost. Move on. Super hate magic.
All right.
I learned nothing. I
really wish I know why this doesn't work properly when I've had another campaign where it worked properly.
I'm gonna be honest. My choices were either that occultism check or athletics check to see how far I could throw the centipede. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, the thing is, though, we're not starting this as a combat encounter. We're starting this as a skill challenge. There's a town that needs to be saved. We start with Rodelac. What do you do?
All right. First things first. I'm going to be doing that skill that I have for the recollection. The thing where I do all of it all at once. I'm trying to find the action here. It's on my character sheet. Devise stratagem, I think it was. No, expeditious introspection. So recall knowledge, seek, or sense motive.
Okay.
So, I would like, as a free action, I would like to recall knowledge about this particular type of centipede and see if it is currently in the act of foraging, if it is in the act of trying to find a mate, or if it is in the act of rage and trying to defend itself.
Okay. Okay. This
All right,
is
so-
This really should be a nature check.
Yeah,
Unless you
I can
convince
do
me
a
of something
nature
else.
check.
Okay.
I also could do an academia check because I imagine that
accept
at some, I imagine that at some point Rodelac was like, "Ooh, behavioral habits of these centipede
mean,
things."
I will allow that.
Yeah.
However, keep in mind that just by making that the roll, there is definitely a tonal difference of looking at the creature and trying to decide what it's doing, and trying to think of a book that might tell you what the answer is. Right?
That's
Like,
okay. That is definitely fair. I will
Yeah.
I will use my academia check based off of my experiences with other creatures and the kinds of things that you would normally expect for insects to do.
Okay, it's just it's more of a tone difference than an actual, anything else.
Yeah. There we go.
Bah.
That
Say
is
no
a
combat.
25.
Okay.
Pretty good.
There are you may take you may take a coin. First of all,
Okay. The first one?
yeah, we're starting from this side, and
Okay.
I will give you this information. The creature has a lot of people currently fighting it. Like there is a small militia that have actually armed up and are poking spears at it, and it is terrified.
Okay, it's terrified. All right. So,
Now, hold on. I just want to make sure that this last bit is the important part, the part that comes from academia.
mhm.
Not all things that are terrified run.
Yes.
It's obvious, but I gotta
So
say
so it's currently in a fight response.
it. Yes.
Okay.
Which is different
All
than
right.
combat
So
response.
he looks over to the others and says, "We're going to have to try and find a way to guide it away from the town before we can start taking care of the fire. So that centipede is just going to keep doing its thing.
I can
It's going to
handle
keep relighting everything."
that. I'm gonna assume you also yelled that so that they can put it in the air.
Obviously,
Can't.
yes. Because we're
Couldn't
all.
quite hear you.
Are we
Could
all?
you repeat that?
Me?
I couldn't hear GD.
Oh.
I assume that he yelled it out there. So
Oh
that
yeah.
they can-
Sorry.
Flicker's main response is, "I might have a plan for that."
Do we have any kind of ability to produce soil or water at this moment? Anybody in the party? I'm asking all of you.
No.
Sounds like
Well,
a
we-
I don't have magic.
I was
since I
checking
I
to
put
see.
together as much glue as I could to try to help
Well,
fight the
since I-
fires.
Well, since I cannot magically make stuff, reflavor stuff,
Okay.
spell, I cannot.
All right,
I might
la-
have a way to get it out.
Last question before I do my action. Who's our resident nature expert?
Probably Soba.
All right,
Yeah, that tracks.
I
Soba.
think Cece might actually be almost as good at nature as Silva.
Yeah, but Soba is monster expert.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a +7 nature. I don't know how much Soba has.
Soba, how do you
Plus
how do you make as he stops for a second because he was literally about to say, how do you mitigate threat assessment for a creature, and realized how many big words that was going to be.
Soba's eyes, like left eye blinks, right eye blinks.
No, he stops for a second, goes, how do you make centipedes mad at you?
That's too many syllables. Apologize.
What? Somebody hit that yak besides me. Yes.
Fuck. Okay. How to make centipede mad? Do I make a roll for this, or Jake? Can I just make some bullshit up?
Okay, here's what here's what I would like to do, Jade.
Yeah.
At your discretion, I would like to use shared stratagem in a way that is not in the rules, but more of for the sake of like to relay what we're doing here. Again, with your permission. What I would like to do is I would like to use Soba's nature roll in lieu of my roll for a bon mot.
Ooh. I'll allow that next round.
Okay. That's all I wanted. That will be my action.
Can I maybe do my thing potentially?
Yeah,
we're going in
do
initiative
your
order.
thing.
Next up is Cece.
This is my plan.
We are going in initiative order. This is a everyone is going to go around in order.
Fair.
Cece.
Well, for one, Cece's going to call up to... she'll call to Soba and to Flicker, I suppose, primarily. These gloom, they should help with the fires, they might help with the centipede. And for right now, she's gonna focus on the fighting fires because her combat chops are like... Her fight started before we got to the centipede. She is going to join the Bucket Brigade. What she's going to do is she's going to have her spiders come swarming out and take over the filling of buckets.
That will speed things up significantly if you are able to manage them effectively, and that managing them is also a crafting check, is it not? Or
it doesn't have a specific one, but I can use crafting. Because by default, it's just a do the thing in its default, so I don't mind doing crafting for it, because, it's kind of the flavor we've been going with.
It is, it's just, yeah. Okay. Roll me a crafting check. This is... I feel like there should be another relevant role, because crafting is for the making of it, rather than the controlling of it.
I can use my engineering for it.
Yeah, go ahead with that then.
It's the same modifier, so it's plus 13 anyway.
That makes me feel a little bit better about it, because
so 29.
One stat. 29? Okay.
Yeah. The only difference between the two is that I can't assurance engineering.
Damn shame.
All right, you may take a coin. Your spiders are the biggest bottleneck in getting water to the places that need water was the filling of the buckets, and your spiders positioning themselves partway down the well and just rocketing barrels up and down about as fast as gravity would assist it is.
Yeah, it's basically just throw the bucket in the well and the spider at the bottom will fill it and send it up.
That greatly increases the rate at which some of these smaller fires can be put out, though there are still many larger fires, and the threat is still there. Soba.
Nature check to see what makes these things mad? Does this take my action?
If you're just rolling for information, like in this case, then you will not be able to take a coin, and it will take an action. But a failure does not also cost you a gem.
Well, I'm gonna use a hero point on that one anyway. Okay, so that would be a 20. Soba just thinks, is like, what is something that generally pisses off centipedes?
Shoes.
Soba is going to just turn to Rodalak and look him dead in the eye and be like, throw shoe at it.
We're going to need to look.
Sorry.
He looks at the centipede, looks back, and I go, oh, all right.
like she is absolutely deadpan, dead serious.
We're gonna need. We're
On
gonna
a-
need a
sorry,
bigger
I-
stream.
On a more serious response though, a centipede does tend to have a fear and run response from things overhead.
Oh.
Then
Oh.
I.
Oh.
I'll wait.
Oh, I was gonna say, okay, well,
You can
this is
interpret that
Soba's,
however you want.
Soba's thought. Yeah. Soba turns to Rodalak and goes, Goba must throw. And then
What?
she's going to grab Rodalak and toss him in the air.
What?
Oh fuck!
Yes.
Oh no!
Yes.
Do I have enough perception to infer what it is that Soba had planned?
Roll me a dexterity check.
Fuck.
This can go. This can
Okay,
go
is it a
either way.
reflex save or a dexterity
it's
save?
a reflex save. It's a reflex
Okay,
save.
good. That's slightly better.
Slightly better.
So
Oh,
yeah!
He gets to live.
Okay, with my number, that is a 30, but I did get a natural 20.
Yes, we ball. Okay. Tell me what that means in this situation.
I'm going to infer of what it is that Soba had determined of what needed to be done. Said, oh, we need a flying target. Figured that I would be the one to do it. And then when they threw me, I am now in a position where I need to draw the attention of the centipede as I've been thrown over the side.
So if
All
you
right,
want,
your action
Okay.
will be at the beginning of the next round, and I am really looking forward to it.
I just want to say, so Soba, like, as she's like aiming it, she threw you like a grandma throws a bowling ball directly up, with the idea of the arc would put you right over the centipede's head.
I really hate this because this is interfering with what I wanted to do so hard.
Hey, look, we divide up the teams so that some of us can focus on putting out the fires and some of us can focus on, luring away the centipede.
There's a lot to do here, and you are still working together.
Yeah.
And Flicker, you have landed back on the cart. That's how you were able to provide the information to everybody else. And now, what do you do?
Oh, I thought I was still in the air. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's why I
assume
threw,
that
that's
you
why I
gave that
threw
information to
Rodalak.
people. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I
Interesting.
assumed
Do you-
Flicker had already landed, so that's why I threw Rodalak.
Okay, I assumed that Flicker had landed, and that's how you were able to hear the stuff that Flicker had learned.
My assumption. You know what? That's fair. For some reason, I was assuming that this whole time, I was just like gliding around.
You know what?
I mean,
Sure,
this
we can go
isn't
with that.
this isn't Breath of the Wild. I mean,
We can say
Yeah,
that you're gliding around, but we're still able to communicate to the down. So you're not gliding that high.
Yeah. I guess. Cause like my immediate thought was like when I saw the situation and given the fact that I have fire resistance, that I proceed to. I mean, if I still have enough air to do this, I guess, if I'm still high enough, that I glide down and I glide onto the centipede's head, and I assume that it has like feelers, like
It does.
ants, like the antenna. And I grab that, and with addition to the fear factor that I heard that it has from things that come in from above.
no, Soba didn't say that. This was all Soba knowing it, and then.
The only
Yeah,
reason
Soba-
why I
Soba
know
hasn't-
what Soba wanted me to do was because I rolled really well on my
Yeah.
deduction.
Okay, so without that knowledge, I'm gonna do what I still wanted to do. Which
Yeah, do your thing, man. It's fine.
Yeah.
Is I just like land on it. I just land on its head and I grab its feelers, or whatever they're called, the antennae, and I start like try to steer it away. But I start going ow, 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 ow as the
Oh
fire.
yeah. I'm gonna
Oh,
need
man,
you to
fire
make an attack
damage.
roll.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because that that's an attack roll.
Please do good. Oh yeah, 16. Plus what though? I always keep forgetting what do I count for the attack roll?
I mean, it would be your weapon.
Check your weapon on your character sheet.
I guess. I mean, I have my mace. I have my flintlock musket.
Yeah.
I have my sling.
It's a melee attack roll, so it would use the same stats as your mace.
Okay, so that's a +9, so 16 + 9. I think that hits for this.
Yeah, actually it does.
Yeah, so I managed to so from a visual standpoint, like I go in between it and the militia, like doing a little distracting. Then I like swerve around it, and then it's like I land directly on its head and grab its feelers, and I go ow 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 ow, and then I like pull its feelers and then a out towards the town more in like I guess the direction of our cart, so it gets closer to us and outside the town.
You may take a coin, though it does not go as far as all that. You are on it. You are holding its feelers. You are trying to urge it away, and you are beginning to be successful. Though you are not yet at the point of being able to lead it out. That's
fair. Next
Costs.
action, I guess. At least
Yeah.
I'm on its head. Also, do I
That-
take damage? I'm going to assume I take damage.
I'm going to assume that you take a sustainable amount of damage. I don't think it needs to be tracked right now. But yes, you are on fire.
Fire resistance coming in handy once again.
I do believe I'm on fire.
Cost.
Yeah.
These things do happen. Hey, Soba,
Yes.
would you like to be real big?
Yes.
I feel like if you were real big, then you would be more effective.
Soba agrees. All times.
Yeah, enlarge.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I mean, that
Yep.
doesn't get a coin or anything, but yeah, that absolutely is now not in play.
It might make Soba get a coin, so that's what I'm counting on.
Yeah.
Soba do be large now.
Ah. Yeah.
And
Man,
you
if
know
only
what?
I was level 7.
I have
Or,
another
or
action.
level 6 even.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
that's right.
and I'm going to concordant choir on the centipede. It is a fortitude save, so probably it's gonna succeed, but whatever.
But what is it? Hold on a second here.
21 DC.
No, I'm just
Oh,
checking
God.
what the spell is. Tell me, rather than throwing spells and numbers, tell me what you are doing with the magic.
It makes a high keening sound in the centipede's ears.
Oh.
It like
Or
it's a
crippling.
bad noise.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like more likely to run away if it's hearing this kind of thing. Is my thought.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Give me a second here.
But yeah, go ahead.
I have to remember which runes I made for myself.
All right.
I completely not.
Pass fail.
There is no visual confirmation at this time. I will provide that information later.
Okay. It does damage though, so I need to know if I roll damage.
Because we're not strictly in combat, you do not need to know if it does. You do not need to know that.
Okay. If you want to roll
This is a
damage
skill
to
challenge.
yourself, it's
Yeah.
a D4, so you give it to yourself.
Right. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Cool beans.
Yeah. Rodelac.
Yes. Shall we do this? So, I guess the action that I will have now is I see that Flicker is riding the centipede, yes?
Flicker is riding the centipede.
Yes.
Why did you say it like that? I
You
don't-
know!
You know damn well why.
Is this an innuendo that I'm doing?
You knew goddamn well what you were doing.
You
No,
know
I
what you
don't.
did.
I actually think I don't. I'm very confused. Did I do it?
It's not our job to educate you. You know what you did.
Did I do innuendo by accident? I think I did. I didn't even think about that. Damn.
Oh boy.
Riding the centipede. Man,
Amazing.
that's how my uncle went to jail.
Still don't think I've heard that one before.
All right. So one action. I'm going to think of I'm going to make one free action to do this. What is a flying creature that a centipede would find to be a threat? Would it be a
Around-
kenku or something else?
That was exactly what I was going to suggest. In this region, that's the thing, that the scary thing that flies.
All right, here
What,
we
wait,
fucking
what
go.
is? What is?
Thank you.
All right. He says, as I am flying through the air, Rodelac says to himself, "Okay, you can do this." I use replicate.
Oh?
I can cast illusory disguise once per day as an innate occult spell.
Let's go.
This is a transmutation and morph effect, as my body physically transforms rather than as an illusion effect.
Oh.
Boy, I hope the town doesn't react badly to that.
I'm going to do that, and as my insult, I'm going to yell to the centipede, with my best bird voice. Your mother sold out the Reebok buying army boots!
Okay, send it.
Alright, is that an intimidation?
Because of your actions last turn, that is Silva's nature roll.
Okay,
Right?
what did Silva roll for that?
No, that's you get to roll using Silva's nature stat.
Okay, what's your nature stat?
+9.
Okay.
Also, I'm just like thinking, okay, you have no idea how much this hurts from the Meet the Medic. Is all I'm thinking.
Alright, so, give me a second. I need to double check something.
Oh no. It's always a good sign.
Alright, now I know it says it's supposed to be within 30 feet and roll a diplomacy check against the target's will DC, but we're using this in a little bit more of a creative...
narrative.
Yeah, we're using it for narrative more than, like, as rules as written. This is a will save on their part. I rolled an 18, or I rolled a 17 with this, unless you are letting me go plus 18 with my investigation, which I don't think this is in relation to any investigation I have.
It is not.
Yeah, I figured.
The mystery of the burning centipede.
You are able to distract and mildly annoy, but honestly, with everything that's going on right now, it is not a significant. It's not as significant as you hoped for.
Oh, shit.
Moreover, I'm going to need you to roll and fail a deception check to make sure that you don't panic the townsfolk.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's about right.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that this was the order of operations I was going to do. I'm also the kind of character that has 0 wisdom. So...
No, this is great. I'm in favor of this.
Absolutely no complaints.
I'm still wondering if there was an innuendo. If I've never heard
You wanna-
an innuendo, I'm still.
You wanna
very
know what's really a problem? My deception is +10, and only increases with my illusory disguise.
Oh no.
Okay, that's a 6! That's a
okay.
6! I got a 16!
You're too good at lying.
I am taking 1 gem away instead of the 2 that it would have been otherwise. That you managed to salvage the situation a bit. That could have gone
Just
a lot
a
worse.
sphere comes
a lot
up my
faster.
direction. It's like, no, bird. I mean, not bird. I'm not bird. He says he's a bird. Get him.
Little X says, caw.
It's like, I cocked it up. He said, caw. Get him.
Meanwhile, back on the ground, we have Cece help assisting the townsfolk. I will remind you that in these skill challenges, you can't use the same skill back to back and on 2 turns.
Yes. Now that her spiders are helping out with the Bucket Brigade, and I'm not really sure that she can actually do much to help with the Bucket Brigade directly. Okay, so everyone is rushing towards the ancient structure, right?
There is no cohesive measurement. People are running away from buildings, people are running into buildings to secure things, people are running to the ancient structure. That seems to be one of the central places that people are bunkering, but there is not an organization, and an organized voice may be important.
Okay.
There is no leader on site.
So, I suppose what she's going to try and do then, I think what she's going to do is she's actually going to go to that building first. There's no fires like immediately next to that structure or anything.
The ancient structure?
Yeah.
The ancient structure is made of stone. It is stable.
Okay, I'm just checking like if there's fires near it that would be preventing people from coming in that direction.
Not really. There's, yeah.
So
say
I
not
suppose
really.
she will use society then, and she's going to try to pick out someone from among the, like, preferably Gripply, who are present.
Mm-hmm.
Who she can try to coerce into attempting to use their magic to get everyone's attention,
Okay.
to kind of unify people in one spot.
All right.
I'll use my platinum for that.
Okay. The gold is also a D4, mind you.
Yeah. It's it's a 9 this time.
Yeah, that's much better. Actually.
Hey.
So that's a 20, and I'll use the gold too, just in case.
Keep the gold because you needed it at 20. I'll let you
Okay.
be mindful of that. You managed to grab one of the, a particularly larger Gripply, and ask them to be a bit of a siren. Help them, help be loud, right? That's what you want.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that we want. And then she puts in her earplugs before they start.
Yep. They tilt their head back and their throat fills up, and as they siren provide a bit of a siren.
Okay. All I'm thinking of is this. Hold on. Oh, I can't find the GIF. Using her intellect. I'm sorry, I forgot the name again. I'm so sorry. CC.
CC?
Using her intellect, a rodent, and this megahorn, he fashioned a megahorn.
Using her intellect, CC he fashions a megaphone out of a Gripply, a piece of string, and this megaphone.
Yep.
Said with a Dudley Do-Right narration.
No, that was like
the Barbarian, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
that's
it's real good.
That's literally the image that I'm. Except like it's an actual except it's like she's just holding the Gripply like a megaphone.
Mm-hmm.
I have to draw this. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, for right now, she's trying to just wave people inside and get this Gripply to help out with, like, drawing in the attention of the people who are otherwise panicked so that we can sort of at least get people moving in one direction instead of everywhere.
Mm-hmm. You may take a coin. I will also remind people that coins are communal.
Mm-hmm.
It is your coin. But if you can trade to people who need it. No reason, just saying.
How is that megaphone thing not a GIF? Yeah, there you go.
Found it. Yeah, that's it. That's about right.
Alright,
Using a-
Soba.
using a piece- Yeah, Soba turn. So now that Soba big, Soba would like to rage. So now
Okay.
Soba can. So now Soba can lift huge creatures. Soba is going to. So what is the state of
Just out
the?
of curiosity, how big is that centipede?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what size is this centipede? Is it a huge creature or is it just a large?
It's a huge creature, but it's forgive me for saying this because it sounds so dumb, but it's on the smaller side of huge creatures.
Okay, good. Soba lift.
Equality.
No. Sorry. What's this? What is its state right now? Like, what is going on? Like with the centipede?
It is panicked. It has
Oh.
a strange creature on its face pulling its feelers. It has a bunch of spearmen poking its legs, and it is in a state of fight or flight. And right now, its state is fight.
Okay.
Flicker is trying to get it to move towards you.
So,
Being in a state
follow-up
of fight,
question.
being in a state of fight is different than being in a state of combat.
Follow-up question. How big is the nearby well?
Small. It's
Follow-up question. Is
Small
there
town well.
any other source of water nearby? Like a
There is
stream
not.
or something?
there is not.
How far? Okay. Soba
That-
have
that was-
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soba
Go
have
ahead.
idea. So now that Soba big and Soba can lift big thing, Soba is going to run up to this thing and call up to Flicker, "Scaly one, let go of big worm Soba have." And she's going to jump at it, and she's going to try and like put it in a fucking headlock. So that'd be a grapple check, yes?
That would be a grapple check.
Alright,
As Soba's like flying, I'm just imagining like a giant like shadow appears. Flicker looks up. Oh my!
Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna make my athletics. Jade, what is this thing's fucking fortitude DC? I hope it's not too much.
I'm just gonna assume like I can just like
There.
detach and-
So that is a 30.
Nice. I want
Nice.
you and Flicker to talk about how this plays out. How about how you're able to do this? It's
So-
not. I don't mean like how you do this as in like the comments. I mean like, tell me
Okay,
what
yeah.
happens with the two of you working together.
So Flicker, who has just been catching fire this whole time. I'm assuming he's like trying to pull the head like down and towards Soba, right?
Yeah, out of town towards us.
So Soba functionally is using her sudden charge ability to just run and jump at this thing, and then with the attack action that's part of sudden charge, wrap her now enlarged forearm around this thing's like, I mean, I don't want to say neck because it doesn't really have a neck. 'Cause it's a centipede, but like the neck
Mhm.
equivalent.
Yeah,
And then
it has a head area. Yeah.
yeah, and then like her palm of her hand, like holding the back of its head down, basically just kind of forcing its head into an unnatural angle, and using her increased size and increased strength from her rage, she's going to try and just drag the thing out of the town to a place where she can stab it to death without it hurting anyone.
I like I said, I just imagine like Flicker was like already guiding him in her direction. Then he hears that Soba's like announcement, And follow moments later, like, but actually, I like to imagine that he didn't like see her like directly on the ground. He heard that, then he noticed the shadow. Then he like looked up, just to see like her in the already spread out position.
Yeah. Actually, wait, I just realized actually something. Jade, so since we're not in combat, can we fudge like timescales a little tiny bit for some of the actions? Because I just realized Soba has like a whole bunch of shit for calming animals. It's just like most of them are intended to be like out of combat long-term stuff.
I mean, this is a skill challenge. This is a narrative challenge. This is cooperative storytelling more than than combat. So yeah, this is
okay.
What makes the best
So
story.
right now I'm holding it in a headlock, and then that would be the end of my turn. But I do have a question for next time. Would you consider this thing hostile?
No.
Okay, then I know what I'm doing next turn then.
Okay, so I'll just finish up like my description of my actions, I guess.
Please.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just like looks at the shadow, then looks up. He sees Soba like all spread. Like I said, just imagine like she's doing a snow angel kind of spread out is what I'm imagining. That's the funniest pose I can imagine for this. He just goes, "Oh my," and then because the centipede is still in movement, he literally just like expands his wings, and due to the high speed, he just like whoop, as he like lets go of the antenna, and he essentially like parachute stopped himself as the centipede was led barreling forward into Soba's grip.
Nice.
Yeah.
The centipede, once it is turned and once you have wrestled effectively, it in the direction away from town, it bolts. Now that it actually sees an escape path, it takes it. The combination of everything that all of you have done have helped to resolve this. Both the noise, both the Kenku, and both of the people directly manipulating it. There is still issues here. The centipede scampers away, but the town is still on fire, and there's 2 more coins that must needs be resolved. And I'm counting that also as your action. Is look, I split the coin, give you both a gold for it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Cass, you're up.
All right. Jeez. Okay. I am going to. Boy, I don't really know if I've got anything that's really good for this.
I mean, look at that number of times that Kennedy's had to be in combat, you know? Like, we all have things that we're not...
I am going to assist in the, I'm just going to assist in the bucket chain. It's going to be me and my mage hand.
Okay.
I figured that's probably help, but it's probably not enough to do anything, but maybe won't get us lost gem.
Give me a... How does that be? Well, I mean... Do you power... Actually, here's a very interesting question that I want to know anyways. Do you power, I guess, your mage hand through Arcana or Occultism?
Occultism.
Roll it.
Okie doke. Uh, 31.
Okay. I was initially going to say that this itself does not allow you to take a coin simply because it is an assistance, but it would give it a +2 to the next person who does something involving putting the fires out or the bucket line. Rather than that, because it's nat 20, I'm going to say that you give advantage to the next person who does that.
Oh, okay. So I don't get a coin, but I
get a you get a significant
Oh, that's great.
bonus. Yeah.
That's excellent.
By its nature, though, it is not a direct resolution path.
Yeah, no, works. I am not a large man. I am not capable of doing a whole bunch of bout fires.
Mm-hmm. Time passes and the passage of time causes another gem to fade. in this situation. We return to
Oh,
Rodelac.
no.
I love how you say we return to Rodelac as if you are waiting with bated breath as to what my decision is going to be next. What do you
I-
think
Rodelac.
Bro,
I wanna see-
my
like, I have
decisions
been-
were
I wanna
going
see
to
this
be?
I just want to see if you stick the landing.
Look, clearly Rodelac is gonna have a debate with the ground as he's coming down.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking ad hominem the fucking earth.
Honestly, changing into a
Aren't you a
form with
cuckoo
wings
right
is... Yeah, you can fly. You can fly.
It's just that meme talking to a
All right,
wall.
I want you to parse real quick. You are a fresh baby bird born fresh into the world, diving underwater, and suddenly an appendage is turned into a tail. Do you suddenly think, maybe I should start swimming with that tail? Or do you do what any creature would in that and instinctively start flailing, hoping that whatever you're going to do is going to work?
I could do it.
All
but
I'm saying is that
different.
birds learn to fly by being pushed out of a nest. You just happen to get thrown instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm also like not in that position where like the bird being thrown out of the nest situation implies that okay, I now have wings in this instance. I better start using it
Okay,
quite
okay,
suddenly.
I have a
Rodelac,
small
That's
Rodelac.
fair.
What you
I
need,
have a
what
small
you need is a little
suggestion.
bit of advice. And here's the advice: don't die.
Okay,
I think you should go with that.
I'm
I
going
have a small
to
suggestion. Can I suggest something?
go ahead.
You saw someone who's not flown before in his entire life, but has had wings.
That's true.
Maybe
We're
you
studying
can-
the situation.
Well, it's like when, and I'm talking about when Flicker was trying to fly. Maybe you can try to recollect what he did when he was panicking and trying to.
I'm going to
I'll be-
use an. Go ahead. Sorry.
Like I was like, gonna be honest, from how unsure y'all sound, I think ad hominuming the ground might be the better option.
I'm going to start with rolling. I'm going to roll an acrobatics check, and I'm
Okay.
going to attempt. Keyword being attempt to glide
Mm-hmm.
with
Honestly,
my
I think you're
weird
best-
ass broken bird wings that aren't actually wings, because this is not how minor illusion works.
No,
I
it's not.
think- didn't you say that you actually turn into the thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I,
Yeah,
it's,
that
it's
was
a
what your
brief
feature
morph,
said.
but it is for the purpose
Yeah.
of making the disguise believable, not to actually use them.
Okay.
You have the wings. You do not have the musculature to use the wings.
So some further advice. You should do an attack roll. You should throw yourself at the ground and miss.
Grapple
That is
check to the
true.
ground.
That is
Just
true.
trying
If
to
you
tackle the ground with an
I've
athletics
never-
check. You gotta like +0.
I'm not pulling that crap, man. I'm
Look,
above that shit.
look, if it worked
I
for
was-
Arthur Dent, it can work for you.
Right?
I'm above that
Liv knows.
min-maxing metagaming nonsense.
I've
Like,
never-
if I'm gonna be
it's-
coming up
yeah.
with a stupid if I'm gonna come up with a stupid idea, I'm gonna ask for permission and say, can we contextualize this stupid thing?
And
Because
I
it
would
would
roll
be
my
funny.
eyes.
And hey,
Excuse me,
it's
that
not
is a
metagaming,
literary
it's
reference.
Hitchhiker's Guide.
That's
Different.
right.
I thought outside the box on this one. I'm going to take my falling damage. Oh,
What's your
that is a
what's your-
15.
I mean, that's not the worst.
It ain't great though. Yeah, it's less flying and more flailing. You do not
No,
stick
it's
the landing.
falling with
It is-
style.
Yeah, it is
Flicker's
falling with
just-
style, but
Wh-
not
when-
quite as much style as you might have hoped. You know what? Give me a no. I shouldn't put that in. I shouldn't just decree that. Give me a performance check.
Hell yeah.
What?
Give me a
We
performance
need to
check.
see how much
Are you
style.
falling or are you falling with style?
As
Oh,
as
fuck.
Flicker-
21.
It is beautiful and graceful when you head plant.
I don't think it would be head plant so much as head plant.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
How much damage do I take?
A quarter of your health, we'll say. We're still in the abstraction stage right now. I don't need to roll exact
Can I add
numbers.
Can I add that scenario? Just a little flourish at the end there. You land right next to Flicker.
So I took 13 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
You land right next to Flicker, and all he can like really do in that instance is like he just claps. That was less catastrophic than my first time flying.
That is
And
not
had the
affected
same
town, though, so-
impetus.
Yeah, I know, but it still
Hmm?
feels like a very
The sad
cartoonish
part.
thing.
The sad part is the transformation back is probably going to be more painful than the landing.
Ooh.
Yeah. Cece, you are up.
Um. Hmm.
You are you and Koss
So-
are both near the bucket brigade. You
Yeah.
have already secured a notice to people to get them to pay attention to the fact that there is the ancient structure.
Mhm. I think she's gonna scoop up one of her big glue bombs, and she's going to roll herself over to. I assume there's probably like a larger blaze that's not being tackled by the bucket brigade,
Yes.
because they can't really do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Has that already spread to any of the adjacent buildings?
It is starting to. You can see the adjacent buildings having singe marks, but they have not lit.
Okay, well, what she's
Just a
gonna
little
do
brownie.
the possibly dumb, but she's going to use one of her glue bombs to try to just deprive the room of oxygen a little bit, and she's going to hurl one of her glue bombs into the bigger fire.
Okay.
The glue's not really gonna. It's just gonna dry and then catch anyway if she throws it onto another building to prevent the fire.
Mm-hmm.
But if she can seal like larger chunks of burning timber or something like that,
Okay.
or just burst a giant ball of glue inside a room full of fire. Actually figuring out how to do that, though, is gonna be the problem.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, strength not something Cece is very well known for.
Not
Nah,
terribly.
nah, she could do it. It's fine. She could do
Your spell is
it.
occupied.
So yeah, she's gonna do her best, which is all we can really hope for.
That's all. That's all we ask.
That's
And she's
all
got advantage, so that
all
helps.
most of the people in this party do.
So that's an 8.
Roll the
Don't you have
advantage
advantage?
that Koss granted you.
So we'll just be like,
That's
"What
a
you mean
13.
cannot lift wagon?"
I'll use her gold for this one.
Okay.
So that's a 17.
Okay. You managed not to make things worse.
Oh boy, that's a good sign.
Tell me how this plays out. It doesn't really solve the current issues, but it doesn't it will prevent things from getting worse. Tell me how this plays out.
I think basically what she ends up doing, she rolls up as close as she can, just like she'll dare, to the burning building. And she's got her glue bomb, because it's like a big 2-liter sack full of glue
Mm-hmm.
that she's got up over her shoulder. And she's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and save the day and help put out this fire. And she like slings it over her shoulder to throw it. And in her mind's eye, it goes up and through the second story window into the burning room. And it goes great. in reality, she gets it about 4 inches above her shoulder and it falls on the floor and on the ground in front of her and does nothing. It doesn't even pop, it just hits the ground.
Just bounces.
Tried throwing it. It's just.
It's like those videos of someone throwing a giant water balloon and it doesn't burst, it just hits the ground and rolls away.
Oh no.
Oh my god, yeah, that's so sad.
If only you had a little bit more strength behind that. Soba, you're up.
Yeah, so without a
Oh,
word, like Soba literally will not say a single word. She's just gonna walk over slowly, pick up the glue bomb, and just with one hand just throw it into the exact window Cece was looking at, and then just
Shut
pat
up.
Cece's head. Just pat.
I don't even imagine you're throwing it. You just flick it with 2 fingers.
It's like a lob, you know. It's just like when you're when you're chucking someone a Diet Coke, you know what I mean?
Remember how small this is compared to Soba
I know,
at the
but you're
moment?
also giant. You are literally flicking. You can literally.
Like fucking. It's like I'm tossing a Diet Coke, and I'm just like, say nothing. Don't bring up the fact that Cece completely failed. Just give her a conciliatory like pat on the head and then walk away.
You're not patting her head. You're patting her whole body.
I'm not.
I'm very proud of my 17 with a -1 athletics.
I mean, honestly, no, that you
That's pretty good.
you
Pretty good.
salvaged the roll. That's not the first time today that someone has salvaged a bad roll. I mean, we take those here.
Yeah.
Soba, give me a roll.
Sure. What kind of roll?
You could do athletics. You could do ranged attack roll. You could do.
So
Some better than
I
that.
mean, with an athletics, that's still a 14. Is that enough? Bear in mind, I am very
You know-
tall. This is basically at eye level with me right now.
Anyways, so Cece, you don't feel so bad anymore because the ball is actually fairly small in Soba's hands and is kind of too small for it. So
You know what? You know what,
Soba-
Jade? Fuck your hero point.
Okay, send it.
There, 20.
Okay, fine, we'll accept that.
Yeah.
Okay, you do manage to get it through the window. It bursts and it can coat some of the burning sections, which isn't which does
It
cool
doesn't
them off.
put the fire out, but it'll help cool it off a bit.
It'll cool off the embers significantly. A bunch of steam rises up, and that will slow things down. You may take a coin.
It will also smell awful and probably make a really loud crackling noise.
Yeah. Although it would have been very funny if, like, Cece, I got this junk. Silly Cece. This is how you do it. Ha, thunk.
No, it's better for the
It
narrative.
just rolls
No,
out of
'cause,
Soba's hand because it's too small.
Exactly.
No, because Soba's the kind of person. Because Soba likes Cece because like she appreciates that Cece doesn't give up despite the fact her legs don't fucking work. So like I feel like Soba wouldn't even say anything. She would just quietly just correct the issue and just not say anything
yeah.
positive
That's
or negative.
fair. That's very much Soba's personality.
Oh
I
yeah,
love
very
it.
much so. Yes.
You may take a coin. There is one coin left. Flicker.
I'm trying to think. How can I possibly help something out without like cartoonishly just making a big machine right here and there?
Big machine.
Okay. How's this? This is the only thing that's coming up to my mind. After he congratulated the Rodalag for hitting the dirt with a lot more style than he did. He goes over to like Cece. She has multiple of those balls, correct?
Yeah, she managed to make 5, so she's got 4 more.
So I do have I was thinking these ball, like how big are these balls? Like a baseball?
About 2 liters.
Yeah.
So like the size of a large bottle of pop.
Okay, so that's not gonna fit into the little hand cannon.
It's
However,
like
I
a
do-
two-handed throw kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, I have a sling. So I was
True.
thinking, how's this sound? I get tossed into the air again, and now and with like aerial view, I just use this sling as like I'm gliding through the town, and I just like toss the balls at like the most critical fires.
Okay.
Well, I'm essentially like a firefighting plane in a sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that should be somewhere in the range of a perception or maybe even a thievery as a sleight of hand thing to be able to figure out where to place the things. Maybe even maybe even
Perception might be better because my thievery is not that great. Actually, hold on, let me check. I mean, okay, here's my argument. Given the fact that it's flicker, so he knows his fires. And he also knows construction. So
he does.
how about potentially crafting?
I mean, I don't want you to lean on crafting too hard, to be blunt.
I
Like-
that's fair. Like I said, it's
You're
I'm
talking
trying-
about you're talking about throwing blue bombs at houses while you're in the sky. I can
No.
see anything from acrobatics, athletics, like crafting's like one of the few skills I don't think you could convince me on right now.
That's fair. That's fair. I was reaching. Not
I
gonna
see
lie.
where you're coming from, but
Yeah, no. Yeah, because definitely not performance, definitely not society.
yeah.
Performance could work.
Really?
I mean, like a juggling check.
Like if we're using performance as a sleight of hand, I could see that. I could be convinced of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That sounds reasonable too. Like I feel like performance was a bigger stretch than crafting. Otherwise, I would have suggested that. Okay,
I mean,
let's see how.
it's not about the stretch of the skill. It's about how well you can convince me.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's So it's. Well, in this case, I think performance would also kind of work because of the fact, like I said, I'm doing like flybys like a plane, and as I'm like, I put them in the sling, I spit it in. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. Anyway, here's my roll.
Send it.
Oh.
Started so happy and then immediate sadness.
Remind me, what does the gold one do?
Gold is an additional D4. Platinum is a reroll.
I want to say, is this worth a platinum? What do you guys think?
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
And,
I've got a pretty fail-safe way of doing this as soon as my turn comes up. So.
Okay. What does copper do again?
Copper is a pat on the back.
I think we want to, like, not fail as much as possible, especially with the town on fire.
Yeah, I think you know what?
Plus,
I
there's a
think a little
platinum
on
here
fire.
anyway. You can spend your platinum,
Yeah,
succeed, and get the platinum back.
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think for saving the town and people's
And that's why I like this skill challenge. Is like,
yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna use the platinum. 2 is too low, even with a plus 10. Okay, much better.
there we go. There we go.
Yep.
If you didn't
Yeah.
re-roll it, I was gonna say that you dropped all the glue, but no.
Oh no.
So yeah, like Flicker skillfully like glides through the like above the town, like and aiming precisely with like you hear like the like almost a helicopter whirl with how hard he's like swirling them. As it's followed by a as it goes into like a house, followed by that like pop of the glue bomb, like poof, 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 like
The bucket
5
brigades
times.
the bucket brigades are still moving on, and your assistance in getting the harder to reach places and the places that are more prone to spreading is instrumental in helping make sure that this is resolved.
Yay.
Cost, there is one coin left.
Hey, Cece,
Yeah?
you still got any of them glue balls?
I don't know how many that Flicker took.
There's just one. For dramatic tension, you have to have one left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Go on around nicely.
So I took.
Okay, so
So I took 4. I'm fine.
the glue ball that is in your you hold it up, I assume. It lifts out of your hand and goes to the nearest fire.
What?
I got mage hand going on.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is not visible.
Oh.
Do I need to make a check for this?
Yeah, for control and yeah, I will have to
Okay.
make a check.
What do you want? Actually, hold on, let me see. I am going to make a... Wow, I don't have anything good for this. Cool. Excellent. This is good. This will go great. Let's see.
Rerolling?
That is acrobatics.
Okay, yeah, I can accept acrobatics. What's your total?
23.
You may take the last coin. It's really gone away at the end of your turn. Nice. That was awesome. There are still some fires. There are still some people running around, but more or less people are moving towards the ancient structure, or moreover, joining in the bucket brigades to help deal with things. It's not calm, but the worst has passed, and you have, well, you've saved the day. A couple people come up and thank you and show and just are very appreciative, but moreover, people are focused on the town itself, making sure that the final fires get managed, trying to salvage what can be left, make sure that loved ones are connected and take head counts. What do you do?
Well, first I put all my bones back in place.
Flicker like lands next to you after he's like done, doing his thing.
So seeing as sorry, I thought you were done. The Discord lag might be.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, no,
and-
Discord lag. That's just my bad.
Yeah, that's fair. I know that feeling. So he just lands next to Rodelac, and he just gives him some tips. If I could recommend something, flapping is not as effective as you think it would be. Next time, just spread out your wings and just glide.
You just hear a very visceral and unpleasant series of bones popping as he turns to give you the dirtiest look.
I choose to believe that he is unaware of what that look even means.
Nice.
Because it does feel like he said that in earnest without any sense of the situation.
I shout over to Rodelac. Hey, Rodelac! You gonna die?
Can I have your stuff?
You just hear like a wheezy just no.
Cool. I do not pause in passing buckets along.
Yeah, just they're doing
No,
their
that's
thing.
fair.
I'm down for the count. I've gotten the wind knocked out of me. All of my bones are in the wrong places.
So
Well, some of them
See,
are
Flicker
in the
will
right
help.
bones.
Flicker will help you up, of course, by the way.
Soba's the one who actually did the hurting. She's gonna run over, and I would like to make a natural medicine check to try and help him feel better.
Are you
Okay,
still
go for
big?
it.
Are you still big?
I
Yes,
imagine once everything's
absolutely.
done. Oh, is it a yes? Okay.
It's 5 minutes.
Oh, has it been 5 minutes though? That's the question.
Absolutely not. It's been like
Absolutely
30
not.
seconds.
It's
Okay.
much funnier if you're still large.
Okay.
I'm just imagining you're like giving him a massage almost, but it's like
No, hang on, because remember what Soba's natural medicine is. It's
Oh,
pickle
God.
juice.
All right.
So so Soba runs over and she just pulls out a pickle, but the pickle is gigantic. And she's gonna just start squeezing it over the fucking bruises and wounds on his face when he face planted.
He's
I
pulling up his
think
hands
that
like,
covers-
please stop. I don't know if the pickle juice is going to end up inside when I change back.
No, pickle
I-
juice is healing.
I
Roll
think I think it also fall because I think Flicker is in the middle of helping him up, so it's like he has him like on the shoulder. I think Flicker gets caught in the pickle juice. That's
certainty.
gonna be.
Okay, so I
that's
roll
gonna-
a.
That's
So
gonna
I
be-
roll a nature check, and I add that's a 13. I don't know what the DC for first aid is.
Oh, I do.
Off the top of my head. You do? Is it 13?
Yeah. No.
No.
The first
that's-
threshold
okay.
is at 15.
Oh, that's gonna get into parts of the armor.
Yeah, that's going to you're I'm pretty sure that does damage.
No, it just doesn't do
if
damage, it
it's,
just is-
no.
It is just not as
Uh,
helpful as expected. Well, it's as expectful as Rodolak expected. No, not as expectful as not as helpful as Soba expected.
It is Soba thinks it's like magic must be making big pickle less useful than small pickle.
I just
I guess you just
I just imagine some of the pickle juice gets on Flicker and it gets in his armor and he just that's gonna be awkward to clean out.
Koss,
Or it might be lubricated. I don't know.
Yo.
you are the person here who has magic.
Yes.
Roll me Arcana.
$31.
Oh,
Nice.
nice. It's below
That
you.
is 30. That is a 20, a 19, and a 20 in that order.
Koss,
God.
Yeah.
it's below you.
Oh.
what?
What exactly is? Oh.
That remember when you came in here, there was a strong magical sensation.
Yeah. There. Oh.
It's below you.
This might not be done. There's something else down there.
Now, if you want to trace it more specifically, it is below you in the direction of the ancient temple, the ancient building.
Hey Soba, can you just like push that sword down like a little bit more, maybe? Hopefully that'll just solve it.
Soba will Soba will attempt, but I think it might be a bit too big unless I don't know. Jade can do it. Are you gonna let me roll or?
What sword?
Oh wait, we're not at knife point.
No, you.
Oh.
you
Yeah,
are-
that's
you
not
are-
where we are.
You were halfway to the halfway. To
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is not
I
Longfell.
brain
This is not- this is a
farted for
small-
a moment.
This is a small
okay.
intermediary town on the way to the Gripply land. This is sorry. You are
I
here.
made a mistake. Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's why I moved our things here.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah. Let's all. Who wants to see what's down below this temple here?
Sounds horrifying. I'm in.
Yeah. Let's do this. I dismissed the thing so you can fit inside the temple.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we should wait
Yes.
for Rodolak to like get better.
Yeah. It's thrumming. There's a very slight thrumming that even you can feel. You are not the most magical of creatures, but you do also feel it, and you're able to put your bones back in fairly cleanly. You're gonna take 10 minutes of care and compassion, but there are people going around triaging and giving
And now you
Giving
sound like
support.
pickle juice, so...
I was going to that's odd this and determine if this magic might be in relation to the weird magic nature of this place that we have landed on, of the new world. Is this in regards to that investigation?
You may do that once you get closer. From outside, you do not have enough information to discern much more than direction.
All right, I'm going to be making my way in there then.
Okay.
Once our spiders aren't needed for the bucket brigade anymore, like once we're in the putting out smoldering and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cece is going to. She's, I guess, not really clued into what's going on with the temple yet. She's going to instead send her spiders searching through buildings that collapsed and such, looking for any survivors that might be trapped.
Narratively, I'm going to say that the townspeople are going to have that covered, and
Okay.
yeah. And you would still be in tune to your party, like I know that's where your focus was, but you would still be paying attention to where the rest of your team is. But I'm going to say that that for now, the townspeople are managing through that and being fairly effective at it now that the panic moments are gone.
Mm-hmm. There's no missing heads, at least.
The entrance to this temple is, well, all the temples you've seen have been different, and temples is really just a terrible word for them, frankly. But all these structures have been different. The one in Lawnfell was a heat transference, for it had a forge and a cold room. The one in by the Gripply lands made those red stones. You've seen a handful of these things. So there's even there's even one up in the Northlands. This one leads down into a room.
Well, not anymore.
There's a stone staircase with dark stone walls and torches on the side, and a lot of people are huddling down here. As you go down into a stone opening / room, large room, like a great hall sort of room, you can see people huddled together, still worried, not knowing what's outside. There is mycelium farming equipment. There are small little crates of mushrooms. The air down here is cool and a little bit damp. And anybody magically attuned will get the impression that it is permanently cool and a little bit damp. And so the locals have used it for farming, for mushroom farming. There are some lights on the walls, just a track of lights going around the entire building that that gives the entire room a warm reddish yellow glow. Nothing too bright, but comforting. And that is a bit odd, I would say. In fact, I would even say that's odd. The walls have these tracks that have these channels where light flows through them. Something that you haven't really seen before. I mean, it makes sense, but the walls themselves are also not all regular stone. Some of them have segments and mosaics, though they're too grimy to actually make anything out without cleaning them up. You also, actually, I'm gonna give this one to Flicker for perception.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Flicker, roll me crafting. Give me a crafting check.
Yay. Love me crafting. That's funny.
Ah, Jesus.
That's
Okay,
so
I mean,
funny.
I'm just gonna say it then. If you were building a room like this, you would add a an access hallway to be able to maintain these.
For the new year, we have decided to roll good.
Apparently,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Like
Jeez.
what the hell?
That is what, our fourth natural 20 tonight?
Wait,
Fifth?
the
Yeah.
fourth? I thought it was the second. I didn't see.
No,
Oh, no,
he's
I
on
got-
fire
We've had
today.
like 4
I
or
got
5.
two. I got two myself.
Like, not
I
every
got
roll has been
one.
good.
May just got
on-
one.
On average, you guys are rolling decently.
Yeah, I think those are 6th nat 20.
Even Magus is having luck.
And that never
And
happens.
that's just not right.
But yeah, I essentially mentioned. I think Jade's away. Because I see her like avatars like, just it looks like it's peeking out the window. Or then again, the live stream could be a little bit delayed, so I am looking at a completely wrong view. of this.
Sprig that gif of the person injuring a child with the water balloon is so funny.
I was still able to listen. I was just out of mic range for a second. I am here though.
Okay.
We
I was
heard
expecting you
blowing
guys to
your
talk
nose.
amongst yourselves for a moment.
Okay, so, Liquor pretty much, mentions, well, if I were to the way this place is, laid out, I personally would, design a emergency hatch somewhere to get out, just, well, in case of emergencies, I guess. And he just starts, like, looking around, touching the walls or whatever, what looks like pressable.
Mhm. And also, real quick, Sprig, I would also like a crafting roll from you.
Okay.
You should guys call this the good episode because we're all rolling
Right.
so good.
I think I'm the only one who's not rolling amazing.
So let's say 29.
Okay.
That just means you're due to live.
Yeah.
There are torches in here to light the room.
Hmm.
There is no smoke management, but smoke is not building up at all.
Hmm. I
Also,
suppose that would,
torches. Go ahead.
I suppose that would make some sense for how this place is consistently a little bit damp.
Mhm.
There must be some sort of ventilation system. What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh no, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say,
Oh.
I was going to mention that this place seems to have a consistent cool dampness to it, which may be. But then you just took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, you had mentioned that before, so I put 2 and 2 together when you mentioned the lack of smoke.
Yee.
So for some sort of ventilation system and these light panels that we've noticed, there's gotta be some kind of ventilation structure and probably maintenance access somewhere. Emergency access, like you were mentioning, Flicker, I imagine would probably be pretty clearly posted. I don't feel like we'll need to look for it too badly.
That actually does remind me. Did you say emergency access or maintenance access?
Maintenance access?
No. When Jade said for my
Oh.
20.
Maintenance was my intent.
Yeah, then that's what Flicker said. So
Real quick,
that's what
Vodalak,
Yes.
did you have any? What are you doing right now with the situation? Because you had noticed the mosaics and such.
I was going to open my book and determine if the mosaic scratchings are similar to the text that was on my book.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a good first start here.
Sure.
Do I need to roll anything for that, or is it just obvious?
It's not text, so that that doesn't quite follow through in that
Oh, okay,
fashion.
okay.
But if you are inspecting the mosaics themselves, rubbing them a little bit will reveal that they were once colored, and rubbing them more will reveal that they are landscapes.
Hmm.
Mosaic landscapes placed in the wall.
Okay. Are they artistic landscapes, or are they meant to be more of a literal representation? Like, is it an abstraction or something that's supposed to be in reference to like an actual place?
It appears to be a reference to an actual place, though it is an artistic, representation thereof. Like it is a mosaic drawing. It's not like
Okay.
it's a mosaic tile, fresca.
I'd like to
Really?
take a sketch
Hmm?
of it onto a notepad.
Hmm?
Just so I can reference it
Sure.
later. At least for now.
Hang on, I'm having a thought strike me, but I'm not sure I'm mentally imagining this space quite right or not. So is this like a hallway that has like inset chambers on either side of the hallway with like an open-faced wall?
You are currently underground.
So,
You've
like-
gone down a staircase into this room,
Yeah.
and this is just one large
I'm
room.
just-
Around the perimeter and on a couple of rows in the middle, there are crates that are growing mushrooms, because that's what it has been used for the recent history. But you know enough of these structures to imagine that
I
might not
just
be what it
mean,
was
like-
originally used for.
Like this.
Hmm?
Is this room shaped something like that?
Actually, let me. Okay.
We really have to use the drawing
Okay.
tool.
Yeah, because I didn't make a map,
It's a good tool.
and then that's my fault. I intended to make a map for this section.
Oh, were you sick or something, so you couldn't do it?
Super sick.
Imagine being sick, Lamau.
Right?
She should have just told me to do it.
I shoulda. This is just a big room with a lot of crates along the sides of the walls, and some in the middle, with some frescoes along the edges. And the crates
Okay.
are just simple
Yeah,
eating mushrooms.
It struck me for a second, and my mental image just went, we read that thing before about how the Gripply were created as, like, pets, basically.
Yeah.
And this is a chamber that's kept consistently damp, that has lights and scenery painted on the walls, and oh my goodness, we're in a zoo.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Who would like
That's
to
what
Are there
struck
any-
me for a second, at least.
Are there any frogs in here?
Not. Yes, there's several Gripply in here hanging out because they're the fires.
Aha! See? We've cracked
roll
the
me a
case. There's Gripply in here.
Sober perception.
Oh shit. Oh crap. My perception is
Roll to find Gripply.
+9. +9. That's a 13.
Okay, never mind.
Damn it.
Um,
Yeah, see what I mean? I've used up all my hero points. Fuck me.
Cece is
Uh.
going to kind of roll the perimeter of the room and
Yeah.
check for seams in the fresco for like a kind of hidden maintenance door.
Same
Okay.
for
I'm
Flicker.
gonna see if there's anything occult going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Flicker is also gonna be like assisting her because we're both technically
So-
searching for maintenance.
Right.
How is it obvious to the rest of us that these are landscapes on the wall?
With Rodolak, mentioning it. Once Rodolak mentions it out loud, you're like, oh, sort of, that sort of like recognition. Like you wouldn't
Silva
just
would
stare
like
at it and be
you-
like, oh yeah, they're so deeply coated with grime and well, just age that you might not have caught it offhand. But once it's pointed out, you see it.
Silva would like to use her survivalist skill to try and
Well-
see if she can match it to any area that is known to us, like map wise. I'll let everyone else go first, though.
21 on occultism.
All right. So, both CC and Flicker tend to be gravitating towards a section of the wall that appears just a little bit less. It feels a little bit different, and your senses confirm this as well. This wall appears not to be original part of the construction.
Flicker starts,
Okay.
I guess, pushing into that part. I think I might have found something. And it just starts pushing in there, or pulling, whatever's the effective thing.
I mean, it's chiseling. You're gonna have to break through a couple stones, and because it is still, you know.
Oh, good.
Does Silva have a large hammer?
Good. I get to bring out my kit.
Oh yes, no. This is your forte. This is where this is Flicker's wheelhouse. You mean this wall needs to come down? You got this.
Right.
Cece's looking through her tools and gets like a couple of fine carving chisels and Flicker just pulling out explosives.
Like you see him with like a glass with like a weird green dark liquid. You might wish to step back. Or roll back.
Everybody get outside. This building is coming down.
It's already underground.
No.
Yeah, for real.
No,
It's going up.
The structure is incredibly stable. That's not truly a concern, but you are able to open up an extra hallway that leads to a sitting room of types.
After a small and nice explosion.
There are a couple of desks here, and there are torches on the wall that are lit. This wall you had to deconstruct. It is the strangest part about it is that the air does not smell smell stale. It does not smell smoky. It smells the same consistency as everything else in here. There is a table. There is a bookshelf. The bookshelf is full, and the table has a drawer and some parchment, some blank parchment on the top. I'm sorry, not parchment, vellum. Not the style of the era.
Oh, we're into paper plant era? Or paper, plant paper era?
It's a much more ancient style of paper making.
Ah.
Flicker is going to try and open them up carefully.
The desk?
Yes, and then...
You mean? Or the books?
I guess the books first.
Okay. Roll me a perception. Actually, no. It was actually... This is academia. Roll... Give me something, Yeah, give me something academia.
By the way, where is academia? I'm not seeing it upon...
It's a skill that it's a skill I have specifically because
Yeah, it's a lore.
it's something in my backstory.
Yeah, it's academics. It's yeah.
It's a
lore
lore
is what I
check,
meant to say.
basically.
Okay, well...
There we go.
Yeah, you go.
Oh,
Oof.
that's a 13.
No.
Do
I
you
could use that
want...
platinum chip.
You do...
Welcome back, Magus.
I could
Yeah.
give... I could give you my gold one so you get a D4 roll extra if you want.
Well, let me offer you this. The text is, you do recognize it, and you do have a tool for this text.
Hmm. A tool for the text?
You brought a whole,
I did.
jug of it.
Oh.
Oh, fucking potion.
Oh, right, yeah. So, I guess I'll take a swig.
I will give you this for free. The swig lets you understand it. Putting it on the page will translate it.
Right, yes, thank you. I forgot about that. It's
No
been
worries.
a while.
It has. And my philosophy is always, your character would know this. Your character would remember this.
Yes. So I'm going to I'm going to take a cloth and I'm going to dab it a few times in the potion, and I'm going to start wiping it along the surface so I don't waste too much of it. I'm not going to do that splashing thing and waste more potion than I need to.
These, roll me something. Give me, just give me a straight perception check.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, that is a 21.
Okay.
Wow.
Looking through this, these are logs, journals, in the style of the one that you have in your possession.
Say that again?
These are logs, and they are done in the style of the one that you have in your possession.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
You glance up and recognize the mosaic in front of you. Also does show a small frog-like creature. Not exactly a Gripply, but
Perhaps an ancestral Gripply, or the pet version of the Gripply before they evolved in their own direction.
Gripply.
Domesticated.
Or the experimental version before they got domesticated. Yes, exactly.
I will suggest that you take a moment to review the last log entry.
I would like to do that, yes.
And while you're doing that, Flicker, you were working on the desk, you said, or do you want?
Yeah. I was, I guess, wanting to open the books first, but I guess we can.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're ancient, so I'm being careful.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if he's handling the books, I guess the desk is gonna be my field then.
Mm-hmm. Inside the desk, the desk is locked.
He just looks at Soba and goes, Soba. And I imagine she just pulls it out. No problem.
Yeah. Soba reaches over to the knob and you just hear the splintering of wood as she just pulls the drawer completely out. She's like, was not even locked. Why you
Thank
take
you.
advantage of Soba?
Thank you.
There is a different type of journal, one that appears to be hand-bound, and a knife. A very, very nice knife.
What you got there? What you got there?
Knife
A knife.
times. Knife times.
So I guess I'll examine the knife.
This is a beautiful blade. It feels like a magic, but not the kind that you're used to. It is undoubtedly powerful. Just this power is emanating from it. This is not the source.
If I get detect magic, do I get blinded by it?
No, it is. You are blinded by a wall behind you.
Oh.
Oh, hey guys, there's a magic thing over there. Oh god.
Let's
Oh,
let's finish up on this journal though real quick, because I want to know
Yeah.
who is
All right,
going to be taking a look at it.
I would like to do that, and the first question that I have
Mm-hmm.
is seeing as that the stuff that's being translated on these journal entries, what is the most recent date on these entries? Like what
Certainly.
year? Okay.
The most recent date of these journal entries is heat of 984.
Okay, so this is actually before the journal I'm currently using.
Correct, by about a year.
All right, by about a year. So, doesn't quite help me correlate the difference between 985 and 1. But at the very least, I can infer that this is done by the same person. Is it constructed in the same way, like it's formatted in a similar way?
Yes, all these are formatted identically to the one. 1 second here. Are formatted identically to the one that you have.
Mm-hmm.
I've also sent you something else.
By the way, was the knife the only thing in the
DMs?
drawer?
No, I DM'd it to you. The knife and the handbound journal.
Oh yeah. Let's take a look at that as well, I guess. I'll examine the knife later.
All right, so I'm going to read this out to you guys, okay?
Okay.
The 5th day of planting, in the 30th year of the era. My father is going to ruin this family. He takes debts that he knows won't be paid back and refuses to seize the fruits that are ripe for the taking. Everybody can see that we have failed to grow, and simply sowing the same fields year after year will only lead to stagnation. If he does not enshrine my place as head of the family, I will have to take things into my own hands. Dolphin, Sun, Prince, Jusoic.
Again, Celestial will give you multiple definitions for words.
Yes, I remember. I would also like to infer if, based off of the handwriting, is this the same as the journal that I've got?
Absolutely not.
Good to know. Okay.
Completely different formatting. They're completely different way of writing, and writing the even the way they write the year is different.
But same language.
Same
Right.
language.
What about the journal, the little journal that I found?
That's the journal. Yeah, that was your.
Yeah, that's the one that I just read.
Magus, did you say dolphin or dolphin?
Dolphin.
No, you got it.
Interesting.
So,
Okay.
but let's have a guess. So, but no dolphin was evil.
Dang it, they're French. Sorry.
So, but
Alright,
never
something-
liked GameCube. Was always more Xbox person.
Yeah, Soba would be.
No,
I mean,
but
honestly, like the Xbox is the only one that had a controller the right size for Soba.
Exactly.
I would like to make a perception check for parsing a particular kind of phrasing
Go ahead.
in this. I want to parse what he means by the fruits that are ripe for the taking and sowing the same fields. Is he speaking on this literally or metaphorically?
Metaphorically. I mean, roll it anyways, but yeah.
I know. Well, like, hey, for all we know, what he means by metaphorically is not like, political strife, and more of we're experimenting on genetic
crop rotation.
we're experimenting on eugenics or something, and the crop that we're making is the Gripply. I have to make sure.
Oh
Alright,
my
that's a 10.
Oh wait. For a
That's a
second
10.
there it was.
My perception makes that a 19.
For a second there it was telling me, fucking nat 20.
Is one of my active investigations the journal? 'Cause I believe I did make one of them. Because I have 2 right now.
I think you changed it from the journal to the metal.
Nuts. Right, okay.
Yeah, when that whole thing happened.
Yeah, I'll have to figure that out later.
So what is the total though?
19.
Okay. Because of the celestial nature of it, you are able to look a little bit more clear into the terminology. but not enough to really read through deceptions and intentional phrasings. But it's definitely a metaphor for what you are not certain, though. The word prince there does imply the word dolphin son prince gives you some thoughts. For people who don't know, dolphin is the word for dolphin is used in French for heir apparent.
For what?
Heir apparent, the next in line.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
That explains a lot more than it was just a few seconds
Yes,
ago.
but I wanted that to be a part of the investigation. I was kind of like, I think that Bill sort of picked up on that pretty quickly, but
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
I'm exactly the kind of nerd to notice that. Kind of thing, so.
I thought we were actually fighting a dolphin. I thought these are like anthropomorphic dolphins.
Tragically, not yet.
The
Keep in mind.
There's bird people and frog people. There's gonna be dolphin people.
It's not out of the question,
Yeah.
is what I'm saying.
It's the Simpsons episode, Treehouse of Horror episode. They're coming out of the which I wish I had a quote from, but I am not. I don't watch and memorize every Simpsons thing ever.
Fair.
Hi, Rika. What are you doing?
I will simply add to this that this room appears to have been used by, well, Jasoic after the previous inhabitant had moved out.
So I want to know something in terms of just real quick. Sorry, Megas. In terms of like the order of things that happened, if I'm understanding it correctly. So first, Megas got the book, the journal. Then I ripped it open, ripped the thing out of the desk scope. Well, okay, so but you know, to see the knife and find the journal. So he somehow magically found the journal before I handed it to him. What is this inconsistency? I hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
There's two journals. We've got two now.
Yeah,
There's our second journal.
Okay.
Because there was one on the table, and there's one that you found in the table.
Okay, because I don't think we were told what the first one that we found was then. I feel.
That was the one Rodolak was reading.
Yeah, you haven't given Rodolak the other one yet.
Oh, no, okay, no. The way Jade said it sounded like I gave him the second one. That's what he was reading. That's what the one with like the dolphin thing was.
You read the one.
Okay.
That was the one that was in the table.
Okay, so
With next to the really nice knife.
okay, and what was the one? What was the part that was like on the table?
I think I may have misspoke. That was the one that was in the table. I think I may have just misspoke it.
Okay, let's
Sorry.
be clear. In
Sorry.
a bit different than on, because that made a whole lot of difference.
Sorry,
Okay.
my bad. I apologize. No, that was the one that's associated with the table that was
No,
opened by Soba.
It's okay. It was just like weird
My bad.
phrasing for me.
All right.
Okay, let's read the one that was actually
Flicker.
in the drop. Yeah.
Okay, Flicker. I was hoping to ask a question,
Yes.
but you went on for so long I forgot it.
Oh no.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just needed clarification.
Go ahead. I'll try to remember it later.
I'm so sorry. I hate doing that to people because it's terrible.
There's two relevant journals here. One is the one that you have found that was in the desk, and then
Yeah.
you have found
Okay.
that the one that you already had is in part of the series of the ones that are in the bookshelf.
Yes. Have we gotten a chance to read the ones that I translated? That I used the potion to translate? Okay,
The
here
one
we
you already
go.
had, or the ones that were there?
The ones. Okay, the one that you had me translate by using the potion.
Initially, you mean the one that you got from the trading cart, vanishing cart?
No, the one that you said that there was like a
Yes.
thing on the wall that there was markings for.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Those are
so-
those are simple logs. Those are yeah, simple breeding logs.
Yeah, I actually had
and
read
health
the
logs.
one based on the log that you had given me. I wanted to
Mhm.
see. I wanted to see those logs, and I wanted to see if I can like read a little bit more of them, so I can kind of
Okay.
piece together an order of operations. So here's what I'm going to be inferring here to the rest of the
Mhm.
group. I believe that this originally was a staging area for the person who is the experimenter right now. Let's just call the person that owns this journal I'm holding in my hand the good doctor. Well, just the doctor. At least for or what do you think? The doctor or like the gardener or something like that, or the
I think the caretaker sounds.
caretaker. All right, the caretaker.
Mhm.
So they use this area as their staging area for their care for the caretaker, but then at some point left. Later, Jusoic took residence in this place for an indeterminate amount of time, in such a way that they're both using completely different methods of dating. So I can't say how long they were between each other. But from what I understand, the time that the caretaker spent here was before they started making this journal.
That makes sense.
Roll me a history check.
Do I have history?
Or equivalency
wouldn't-
thereof.
I don't have history. So what would that be?
Honestly,
Society?
you can use academia for this.
Academia is fun, alright. I would have been so mad. Alright, that is 29.
You are confident about your assertion.
Cool. The question is, what motivated the caretaker to leave this place, and why did Jusoic feel a need to take up residence here? Because
Check
the nature of this place is it's a temple, right? Or at least
Well-
the ruins of one.
I'm just gonna let that hang.
I mean, I'm asking you, the DM.
Okay, if you're directly asking the DM, you do not know the exact nature of this place, and discovering it is the story right now.
Okay, so
I did re-DM you the last journal entry
Yes.
of the one that you got from the vanishing cart, which may be relevant.
yes. Here's what I want to try and figure out here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look around in this room, and I'm going to be using That's Odd to see if there's anything that stands out to me that I might be able to determine the function of this room.
Okay.
Like, you can usually parse if,
Mhm.
like, the way that it's structured, if it's like a bathroom or a foyer
Yeah.
or, a study. I might be able to piece a little bit more from that. So,
Sure.
Can I maybe well, I guess
Assist.
yeah, because
Oh.
of my
Oh.
that
That's a
big
9.
role earlier.
Mhm.
What this connecting room might be.
Go
all right,
ahead
that's an
and- yeah,
18.
go ahead, GD. Go ahead and roll yours. Is it would be collaborative?
What do I add to my 7?
Effectively an int skill, the equivalency of basically a lore. Just say lore.
I guess lore, yeah. Which would be I guess, plus 10, maybe 11.
Okay.
I rolled
I
an
will
18.
say- Okay. Yeah. I got that.
Okay.
This is an office. It appears to be an office where, well, paperwork and stuff was managed as opposed to the main room, which is where things would be more likely to be taken care of. Main room could be just about anything, but the frescoes on the wall implied more of a comforting and sort of scene. The
How
wall.
difficult? What? Go ahead.
Hmm?
Sorry. Go ahead.
The wall definitely was sealed up in ancient history to you, though.
Okay. So, how difficult was it to get into this room?
I mean, you have Flicker, isn't it?
I'm
No,
asking Flicker, how difficult was it to get into this room? Like, did you have to like
Mhm.
find it, or was there like a secret passage, or was there just a door?
No, it was just. I think the way that, if I remember correctly, it was just like it was mostly just. What
You saw-
was it like?
You saw a
Behind
different
this-
construction.
Yeah, different construction. So it was definitely like a more separately designed room.
Okay, so I'm going to try and make a bit of a stab
Mm-hmm.
into parsing some information. Would I be able to make a Return of Obra Dinn style declaration to see if I can get some kind of confirmation on this?
Send it.
I still need to play that game. Thank you for the game, by the way.
I'm going to pull out my deducing pipe, smoke
Mhm,
it,
mhm.
cough a few times. I don't smoke. As I say, based off of the entry in this journal here, our caretaker says that she's going to the castle and is going to be taking Husa with her, or with
Oh.
them, and that they'll be monitoring the royal husbandry at the castle. They still want their little froggies to get all the care they ever need, so they'll keep their little project in the back room. I deduce that this might potentially be the area that might have led to the back room, or this might have been the back room. Because she seems to refer to it in a way that was a place that she had been working in previously.
Mhm.
Since she said still in the phrase in that sentence for it. So I want to deduce that
Mhm.
this room might be the back room that she was referring to as a place that she had previously worked in before. Considering that there's different construction and that she had abandoned it at some place before. So she was doing something here that she wanted to keep, that I keep using she, but I don't know, but they wanted to do something, the caretaker wanted to do something to keep things under wraps so that the royalty did not know about their big experimentation with the Gripply, with the exception of Husa and the royal husbandry. May I make a roll for this?
You may, and Koss may as well.
Do I roll, what do I roll, like academia, or do I roll intelligence or something?
I would say academia,
Academia.
possibly even society. You could argue for.
I mean, they're about the same number, so
I'll roll society.
I'll roll academia then. Bop.
Nice.
Oh, that is a 30.
Nice.
That is a 12.
Mm-hmm. This makes sense. This sounds correct, but there's one piece that doesn't fit, and that is that there is the idea of the little project in the back room. If this is just an office, then shouldn't there be a room behind this?
And that's the piece I was trying to get to.
Mm-hmm.
As he turns around and says,
Oh,
which means there may be a secret room in this room.
who would hide an illusory wall behind an illusory wall?
Chrissy
The
Miyazaki.
Dread Lord Miyazaki.
Well, that's the trick, isn't it? You never expect a second illusionary wall.
Now, Koss.
Wasn't the Great Hollow 3 illusory walls too?
In Dark Souls 3, there's 3. Great Hollow is just 2.
Anyways.
I really do not like the illusory walls in Dark Souls ever, because it's such an annoying way to do it.
I
It can be
apologize
done
for
well.
being such a nerd.
Anyway,
Right, but yes, that deduction makes critical sense.
And I think someone here knows where that is. I think they've been blinded to it this whole time.
So I would like to use my perception check. I didn't use my... Did I use That's Odd when I entered this room at all? I don't think I did.
No, you used it when you entered the last room.
Yeah, so but not this room.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to use That's Odd to trigger this room.
Triggered.
So I could be like, that seems like a suspect barrier that is pretending to be a wall.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All the other mosaics were inlaid on the wall, not raised. Except for this one.
Okay, they were inlaid but not raised. So I'm going to do some tactile working here. It's like, okay, I know that for the sake of preservation, I'm probably ruining something, but I'm going to gently glide my fingers along the raised pieces and see if I can find any of the symbols that might be a mechanism to press into.
I'm
May I
gonna
make a
call
perception
Flicker
roll?
over and be like, "Hey, Flicker, blow up this one."
No! There are words on this wall. I can do this the smart way. Let me do it this way.
You know, precise demolition takes a lot of calculating.
Click.
Oh,
Mosaic.
would you look at that? Did you calculate that was going to happen?
Inside
You are very
Inside
intelligent.
a small alcove behind that mosaic. The mosaic swings out and reveals a piece of paper and a scroll. Now, the scroll is in a leather case. Yes.
I will
There's
admit
not a
that
whole room. It's just a case, right?
It's just it's just a little hidden spot.
I will admit that possibly blowing this up would have been a bad idea, but
I will
in my
admit
defense, it would
that
have
I
been funny.
wasn't entirely accurate either. Unless our caretaker is, I don't know, 1.5 inches tall.
This is not
I'm going to open that
impossible.
I'm going to open that scroll.
No,
Magic-
this is my theory
Mag-
now.
It's
So-
Magic Land.
There is a piece of paper with writing on it and a scroll.
All right, what does the writing say on it? Oh, you're typing it out. Okay. I've worked on the Life Project for the past 30 years, and we have made such incredible developments. I'm going to add my own touch to it to make sure my little froggies have everything they could wish.
Oh, what?
Can you repeat that?
I'm finding it a little... I've worked on the Life Project for the past 30 years, and we have made such incredible developments. I'm going to add my own touch to it to make sure my little froggies have everything they could wish for. I'm going to change my investigation for pursuing a lead. I'm going to shelf the strange magic thing and replace it with the Life Project.
Okay.
I'm gonna mark down in my investigations right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good.
So
Yeah. Make sure
the
you keep
Life
notes on
Project
those, please.
And the metal and the strange metal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Those are my two.
Tibium, as you guys are calling it.
Tibium. Okay.
Tibilium.
Tibilium.
Yes.
I
All
had
right,
a whole
cool.
name for it.
So
Well, you
I'd like
said
to-
we could name it.
I'm gonna say this one more. I already said that the past 30 years, but here's the thing that I find peculiar. 30 years, and from Jusoic, it's the last entry in their journal was the 30th year of the era. Now I might be correlating the two improperly. But doesn't that seem a little coincidental? I'm asking the rest of you.
Almost as if the dungeon master is trying to trick us.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna answer this question.
I know. I'm not.
I know.
I
I'm just giggling.
I'm
Don't get me wrong. I'm biting at the bit here. I want to tell you guys the story, but I want to just like lore dump
it here.
So it's, I mean, it just sounds like whatever happened. Like, if I'm understanding it correctly, it just sounds like whatever happened, like that, you know, happened to the rest of everything here is happened around the same time that the journal entry was done.
Well, the thing is that the timing wouldn't match up completely, considering that this journal was taken after the fact. It had to have happened. Whatever happened, I can't really determine the date of the letter, correct? Of the message.
You don't understand how well, this message has no date, correct?
Okay, so what about the scroll? What's on the scroll?
When you open up the scroll case, you can pull out these a intensely magical scroll.
Magical
and
what?
You do not know.
Well, no, you said intensely magical, and then you cut off.
Sorry, an intensely magical scroll, and a couple of extremely old Gripply gems. The Gripply crystals.
The Gripply gems were. I'm trying to remember the purpose that Gripply gems had in their culture. What was it again?
They grant wishes, but yeah. They grant wishes, but only wishes that are non-selfish. The fucking Gripply gems are made by these fucking predecessors and given to them so they'd always have what they needed. Motherfucker!
But only had what they needed when they were giving in service to one another. So they were cultivating them to be altruistic and gave them powerful magic so that they would always be looking out for one another and not using them to, blow up buildings or something.
Now,
so I'm going to look at... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to look at the scroll. What language is it in, and can I parse a little bit of information with an Arcana check?
You can roll Arcana, certainly, but it is in the same language as the other things you have. Roll Arcana for me first, though.
Yeah, I also by the way, I do speak Celestial, I think. Yeah, Celestial's one of my languages.
Okay.
That is a 12. With my Arcana, that makes it a 23. Oh, no, 24, because I've activated the investigation.
You are aware that whatever is on the scroll is intensely powerful and definitely will help you. You are also aware that applying a strong magical serum to an arcane scroll may set it off. You will need to find some way within your own skill sets, which you have available to you, to translate this.
Do we have a... is this... could I, with what little I had with that skill check, could I infer that this might be a ritual scroll?
How are you defining ritual? Are you just using the D&D sense of the word, or...?
Ritual in the sense that this is a scroll that requires somatic components and chanting, and is like an instruction to be able to do what it is that it needs to do. I'm under the impression that this scroll is designed to create these Gripply gems.
You and an ally of your choosing.
We're like, please, I know the spell comprehend languages, just tell me. Please.
Go ahead.
I cast comprehend languages.
So, I actually had so this is actually something that I had an entire thing set up for for why comprehend languages doesn't work for this.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
Comprehend-
It would have been. I'm sorry. I like the idea of like if I managed to create a rudimentary pump system, we may be able to get the water out of the system. And you're like, I could just uncork the drain.
No, there actually is
I'm
a logic.
retraining that skill.
There actually is a comprehend languages requires you to have an understanding of the culture and the language and that it's written in, something that you simply don't have access to.
I mean,
That's why the celestial translation juice has been effective, because that will work in a way that comprehend language, which requires a social cues and cultural baseline, does not. Does that make sense?
I happen to know I
means
happen to
that
have a
spell is
thing that could be very
useless
helpful
for
for
me.
this exact situation.
Yeah.
I don't have a magical alchemical concoction like the translation juice, but I have my glue that can just copy an image off of a page.
Roll me your skill. Your new skill.
Okay. That's a 21.
That's a 19 on the die. Sprig, I'm going to... A thought enters your head unbidden. Between the last crit and this time, you have a name for your skill now.
Oh.
Oh.
Order. You
Huh?
can suppress. You may be able to suppress the magic of from going off.
Interesting.
Brig out here, fucking local magic hater can just tell magic to fuck off.
Honestly,
I
like we
mean-
stand.
Yeah.
Do we have any feeling that my, book thief brew might set off the scroll as well, or?
It won't. It's not magical.
So we could just use that and then use the translation juice on the copy and then look at it in a mirror.
Okay.
Would just be, a much safer way.
True.
I'm gonna pay you
Yeah,
one book thief
this
brew
is
to
like-
fuck off.
Cece has the moment where she realizes this new skill,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a moment of that's gonna go in the back folder. We're gonna catalog that for later.
That's a problem for later, CC. We'll we'll sort through that later.
We have a problem here and now. We're gonna solve this here and now problem, and that later problem can get fixed later.
Absolutely, but the keystone there is that you have an inspiration of what you're capable of.
I choose to believe that the CC doesn't use the new ability because she thinks it's magic, and she's like, nah, fuck that.
So you go ahead with that process.
Yeah.
And then who's going to be reading it?
I could read it.
Okay, good. I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm going to type it because I want you to react and then say it out loud.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay,
I
well,
choose to believe that's in character.
that killed him. So
Healing with kill book, I see.
we need a new player, I guess.
He's like holding up his hand, being like,
Just-
"Wait, please,
False
fuck."
Hydra really going next level in this game.
Rodalag just fucking picked up the death note.
This is something that you may add to your inventory. You now have this.
What is it?
He turns around, looking at you, beads of sweat trailing down his body, his face. Walks over and closes the door behind us. Closes the door to the room.
The wall. The wall.
Closes the wall. Presses his ear to the wall. Turns around to face the party. Holds up his hands and clenches his fingers into fists. Opens them up again. Still try, like he's having a very hard time saying this out loud.
God is dead.
I don't think that was infernal.
I think Rodolak is possessed.
Like he's like the second time he's still trying to say it out loud. Someone tee me up.
Occultism check to see if Rodolak is possessed.
Are you making that roll?
That's a 17.
He's
I go
not
over and
possessed.
I'm like examining your eyes. I'm holding him open, seeing like what's going on over here.
It's a scroll of greater wish. What?
Oh, you absolutely should not have that.
No. None of us should.
Oh no, I should.
I'm not sure anyone should be carrying that sort of thing.
Like at the moment that you say that, I'm holding the scroll a little bit tighter. It's like, mm-mm.
So we're like,
Hey. I'm cursed.
I don't believe you.
I could use that to get not be cursed now.
Yeah. So
I don't believe you. Like he moves in to like actually check it out, examine it.
So Soba is like thinking out loud. It's like, Soba could wish for infinite meat.
You have in the party's possession the first greater treasure that you have found in this campaign. And it is a scroll of greater wish. There's
Cece,
An unrestricted
Yes.
scroll of greater wish.
Blazing dragons! This is a greater wish scroll.
do you want to walk again? Because that could do it.
You have to understand, this is not something that we can make a decision lightly on. I know that many of you here have desires that you would like fulfilled, but it's something we're going to have a long conversation about. Because I can think of at least 4 different things that we could be doing that do not involve ourselves.
Okay,
Not
but
to
like,
mention that even with a scroll, I'm not sure any of us would be capable of casting it anyways.
With enough time and research, we might be able to, but we're in the possession of something incredibly powerful and incredibly dangerous, and it's important.
Once upon a time, I might have been able to, but that's a time long past.
We will be ending on this after we discuss it a little more. But before we do, I want to just give a little clarifications for this. There is one. There is no way of transcribing it. This is lost magic. This is something that.
No.
Yeah.
None of us were under the impression that we were going to be like, we want to wish for infinite wishes.
Right? No, I'm just clarifying though. That's clarifying.
Okay, what if we did wish for more scrolls though?
You do. You do have the ability to cast this.
Jay, don't you hide from me.
I'm just thinking to myself, and that is the point where Flicker became a chaos worshiper.
Jade, I'm not saying we're gonna do this, but what would happen if we use this unrestricted, you said, scroll of greater wish to wish for 3 more of the same scroll?
I would bite you.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, that's fair.
Come on.
But you can't mechanically though. You can't do anything to stop us, right?
No, mechanically speaking, that is not a thing that this can create. It cannot create an unequal magic scroll of its type. No.
Okay,
What
okay.
if we
So
wished for? What if we wished
hear me
for
out.
a large number of lesser wishes?
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. We could wish for me to be uncursed or for Cece to walk again. But what if we wished for Soba to be more large?
I was actually also going to say, what if we used the wish to cure the dragon of their disease and the kobolds
do
of their
that, too.
affliction?
That's great, but it does not make Soba more large. Can we make some kind of pact with that dragon that would make Soba more large?
Listen, I think
I feel like you're trying to I feel like you're trying to address a termite infestation with an orbital bombardment.
Soba is not
Okay.
large enough. Soba should be more large.
right.
Listen,
We can all
I
agree
want
on
to
this.
point out.
We haven't.
Right.
We had a theory with Imustotos that we haven't tested yet, which was that the store, like the mist at sea that dispels all magic, may undo Imustotos' curse.
Yeah.
Sure,
But it didn't undo. It didn't undo.
it
Oh, I forgot
it
his
made-
fucking name now.
it made me not exist like sometimes. So yeah, it doesn't do that.
It doesn't do everything, but we haven't tested
Yeah.
it with that particular curse.
yeah, we are on a we have some leads. Let's not use like Cece's legs. I could make her a mech suit. No,
Yeah,
I
like we can-
already
we can
have
do-
my chair.
Cece's been
Yeah.
doing pretty
I
good with
can,
that
I
chair.
can move around just fine as it is.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying as an example. I'm not saying
Like, I just and I do kind of also want to say, like, assuming the person in the wheelchair would want like to walk again, that's a little fucked up. Oh no, dog.
Honestly,
I'm
that's
No.
fair.
I like to be
I'm
clear.
just
Like
saying.
I was saying that as an offer, but
yeah.
honestly, the thing that we all want more than that is Soba to be large.
Okay, so just
mean-
to follow that thought for a moment, right? If you wish for me to be a size larger, then that means that I'm a large creature by default. When I rage, that would make so starting next level, when I rage, that would make me a huge creature. And then if you were to cast enlarge on me, I'd become a gargantuan creature able to fist fight Godzilla. I'm just saying. That might be could either be a good idea or a bad idea.
This
'Cause
is
I
the
am
best
not-
idea we have ever had.
I
But
am
you
not.
might actually be able to turn Soba into a kaiju.
I am not against this. I am not against this.
So you have
Going
access
to be-
now to a scroll of not but the 10th level magic spell in D&D.
I guess
Yeah.
we could use it to heal Imustaltaz, assuming we make a pact with Imustaltaz that she will make Soba large, if possible.
I think it would be
Let's-
something that we're
That's-
going to have
that's-
to look
that's-
into because it's entirely possible we could find a treatment to that disease.
It's not
that.
the disease. It's
Another
not a
thing
disease.
that I would like to point out, at least, is that by and large, maybe not necessarily the specific scroll, but wish granting in particular, generally takes the route of least resistance and often comes with consequences that were not thought about.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's an
push
excellent
on.
point.
Be
Get
best
that
to
monkey
save
paw
the
nonsense
scroll
out of here.
until
What's the
we
worst
have
that
no
could
other
happen?
recourse, or it's
Get
something
that-
that we're absolutely positive.
Get that monkey paw gin nonsense out of here. This is a pure.
Okay, actually,
This is
hang
pure
on, guys. I
bull.
actually have a really good idea. I don't know how Soba would articulate it, so I'm not gonna even attempt. So, right, Musultaz. We need to cure Musultaz in order to basically have a dragon on our team. Let's try the fog, and if the fog works, we use this scroll to then dispel the fog, meaning passageway back home is now completely open, and landfall can now freely import magical equipment from the mainland, and we can completely just go like full fucking colonization on
Let's
this bitch.
go full
Open
fucking
borders.
England on this shit.
Oh no.
Alright, let's
Like,
we got right at the right
Let's
British
get
place.
some
Empire.
fucking Elgin
Right
marbles,
now,
people.
okay.
Let's go Sid Meier's colonization.
Right now, at this moment, landfall is limited, and we are limited to one city because every tool that's brought over has to be mundane or enchanted on site because of the fog, which means landfall is basically all we can do because this society is based entirely around like magic as a convenience. We get rid of that fog, we could have wizards and shit just teleporting entire fucking townships over here.
We don't even
Just-
need to get rid of the entire fog. We just need to make a passage through it.
Exactly. Like, I mean, like getting rid of the entire fog might be the best because like wind might blow the fog back into place. We need a permanent
sure.
solution.
Yeah.
But if we can completely get rid of the fog, landfall could turn into a city overnight because the moment wizards back home notice this has happened or they can get a message back, we're just going to have people straight up setting teleportation networks and bringing things over in an instant. No need for boats, no need for bringing mundane shit only. Literally, we could just straight up, just completely,
Well, okay,
like,
to be
gentrify the entire coastline, for fuck's sake.
Okay,
This
hear
is
me
this
out.
is a good idea, but I want to say, large soba. Fucking.
Okay.
like,
Hear
let-
me.
Counterpoint.
Hear me.
If we... Sorry, go ahead.
If you don't mind, hear me
Yeah,
out on this
okay.
one. Yes, that is definitely a possibility for the sake of the colonization of the town. However, that opens up the debate: is the new world, this region, ready for that kind of introduction to magic? Because we've discovered an ungodly level of very strange types of magic coming in here, and having wizards suddenly getting invested in all that stuff might introduce a potential contaminant that could get back to the original world. We still don't know the nature about the about how Tibbilium works, or its relationship with magic. By opening that realm before we've gotten a proper survey of this region, could potentially open up a can of worms.
To kind of counterpoint that,
Mhm.
everything that we have to work with to research this stuff is mundane. Having access to magical tools and just magical research, as well as just the ability for magical experts to pop on over in the snap of a finger, we could like go up to them, show them CC's leg, and be like, "Hey, yo, y'all know what this shit is?" Because right now, we are functionally cavemen being presented with the Predator's disintegrator ray and being like, "Oh," when we could just call up a Yautja hunting party and be like, "Hey, yo, you guys know what this is?" You know what I mean?
I have a... Okay, good point. Here's my counterpoint to your counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be more appropriate to consider us less in fumbling in the dark and more like we're in a chamber full of gas and you want to invite a match. Now,
Okay, we'll know
that's
what
not-
gas it is though when the match goes off.
we don't know. That's right. But I would rather not put that at risk at any point because, again, we don't know how magic is going to, like, our magic is going to interact with the magic of this region. We have to infer that there is a purpose to why that fog was established in the first place. Is it to
Okay.
keep our magic out, or is it to keep their magic from getting out?
Okay, so so bear in mind this might just be an oversight on Jade's area.
Mhm.
Our magic can already get in, it just can't get in on an item. Like if a wizard comes over here, they can still cast all the same spells that they used to. Like, I mean, look at I keep forgetting what the shiny one's name is.
Cass.
Kaas, thank you, because like Sobo keeps wanting to call him Flicker because he's flickering out of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's a
he's
very
still got the
funny
magic of the old world, and like the only thing that really happened was everything that was enchanted lost its energy, but everyone who can do magic, they're just fine and they can still do magic. All of the magic that's here is all external to the creatures. Like the Gripply use the crystals. The Kenku use
They're lichdom.
their phylacteries and such. The dragon used swords for some reason. That was kind of weird. But like, it feels like our magic getting in is not as much of an issue. And if the only way for the magic of this world to get out is through our ports, really, then that's on us to just like, and I'm using the royal us as in the colonizers to figure things out before we take things home. And that's just basic common, like, I don't think there'd be a wizard stupid enough to do that.
What if?
I don't know if
What
you've
if
ever
I-
met a wizard.
What if I?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Like,
I don't think they'd be stupid enough to bring it home. They might be stupid enough to poke it with a stick, but I don't think they'd take it home.
No. Like that is the fundamental character trait of wizards.
I have.
That is
I have a.
Just for a quick
the crux of the wizard is fuck around and find out.
I like the criticizing of a wizard's not dumb enough to do this. Cece's gonna take a moment and say, "I'm in this chair because of something I chose to do for extra credit."
Okay, well, you were gonna do it again, right?
Okay,
Like
I have.
the idea of a wizard too stupid to do something, fundamentally like not tenable.
Okay.
I have a small suggestion. What if we just wish that we knew everything about this land?
How does
Because
this make
that's
Stoba
going-
big?
That is a very nebulous wish that could be easily resolved with, a couple
Also-
of weeks of
Okay.
But
expeditions.
also
Well,
just
no, like
turn
here's the
you
thing,
into a
like
cloud of vapor.
how are you going to deal with knowing everything?
Okay, wait, hang
Also
on.
that, yes.
Here's a thought.
Like
We wish for 2 scrolls of Lesser Wish. We use 1 scroll to find out what the mist does and whether it's to keep things in or out. And if dispelling it isn't to keep things out, it's to keep things in, then we dispel it, and then it's just we have to just make sure things don't get smuggled back. Which is something, since there's only 1 port, is fine.
Okay.
Well, my
Here's-
suggestion for knowing everything was simply, well, not knowing everything in existence, but knowing everything that's happened to this land, circa from roughly 10,000 years ago to today.
I mean,
Well,
we
I've
need to
never
be
need-
specific with the wish, so.
let's just
Yeah,
wish
also,
that
I've never
Kenku
needed
can't
a-
do undead things anymore.
Yeah, just
Also,
wait.
I've never-
Just...
Like let's
Oh,
just
good.
fuck up everything.
Also, I've never needed a cheat sheet to solve a mystery.
Fuck it, you just...
But
we
it-
just...
But
I-
there's one last thing that I want to introduce before somebody else interrupts me. Good lord.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
sorry.
please. It's
The-
exciting.
The big thing that we still don't have all the answers to is, while yes, there are people that have magic that have come here, is specifically why enchanted items are it's so important for them not to work here. And also, we do not know what heavy exposure to Tibilium does in the long term to people with magical prowess.
Oh yeah, that's a thing that's
Every magical
sort of
person
not
we've
related
run across,
to anything that's going on that we're worried about. Like, what the fuck is happening there?
every person that we've run across that's using magic in some capacity, at least so far, have been using augmented tools to accomplish it. We've also been seeing Tibilium showing up in biological environments as well as non-biological minerals. What would happen if we had somebody that was going to be casting magic to the degree that a wizard would? We've been getting by relatively okay with low-level spells up until this point. I'm assuming. I don't know what you've been casting, Cass.
I can only do low-level magic. I'm
As
not
can I.
super...
Well, I can't really do magic. I can just break my bones in ways that look convincing. But...
You turned into a bird.
And it hurts.
That's... Yeah, but that's magic. Like, do you think it doesn't hurt when I, like, pour light out of my chest?
I don't know.
You know,
But
you know,
in any case...
I wanted to make a gag about Flicker saying how the dirt tastes, but he doesn't say it as like an insult. He says it like with genuine curiosity.
Here's my recommendation. Here's my recommendation. I recommend we put this under lock amongst us so that we can get a little bit more information, assess what we're going to do, and make sure that nobody in town knows we have this thing.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. No one can know that we have this.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Seconds later.
Under any circumstances.
Yo, we got a great wish spell.
No.
And they're like, hey, we should make Soba bigger. And then we're all like, yeah, okay.
There are two things that are strong arguments against us doing this, of holding on to it until we have a better idea of what to do. One, this magic is going to be very hard to mask. So we are going to be a beacon to anybody that would be interested in seeing this stuff happen.
Hell yeah.
Two, the longer that we hold on to this thing, the more likely one of us is going to get tempted to try and run off and use it for ourselves.
I mean, we should all agree that no one uses it until we all agree to use it.
I would agree with that.
On
It would
pain
be
at the same
of
time,
death.
to feel like such an important item. and
But at the
use
same
it.
time, this is the kind of magic that none of us could be trusted with. Any one of us could get tempted by this.
I love how you're saying that, but Soba's initial thought was like, I guess I could use it to make a good meal. She has no grand design. She just wants to hit things.
I just want to make Soba big. Soba could be big.
He's so big with that scroll.
So big.
So
Yeah.
big.
You know, the nice part about having lots of money or making Soba big is it's a nice simple wish. There's very little ways to misinterpret it.
All right. First things first. One thing that I can do at the very least. Those two gems, the ones that are the Gripply gems,
Mm-hmm.
are they linked to anything?
Define linked.
Are they attuned to a specific Gripply or anything like that, or are they open?
Gems are never the Gripply gems are never attuned. They are.
Okay. I'd like to attempt to use one for a selfless reason.
Oh boy.
Roll me Arcana.
May I say what I'm going to try and make?
Yeah, I
No.
would like you to roll Arcana first because
Okay.
the action of attempting is going to be more important than how it comes out.
Okay, that is a 24.
The two gems that are in here, one is both are magical.
Mm-hmm.
One feels a similar resonance to the scroll, and now you recognize to the similar resonance to the gemstones of the Gripply. So faint as that you would have never been able to recognize the magic on your own, but in the presence of such an awe-inspiring flood of it, you can feel that. You cannot use it. But there are two gems here. One has that resonance and one does not. One of
Okay,
them
so I
has
can't use
a
one of the
different.
gems.
One of them has a different magic. You cannot use either gem.
Okay. Okay, you said you can use one but not the other, and then you said you can't use both.
Sorry. You can tell that one of them it can be used by a Gripply for magic. I guess is a better way of
Okay.
phrasing it. You can tell that one of them has that imbuement of wish into it.
Okay.
The other one has a different magic that that is consistent across all of the Gripply gems.
Other Gripply.
But either way, the Gripply magic, while not tuned to any specific Gripply, is attuned to the Gripply.
Okay. They're both attuned to the Gripply then.
They are both. The wish component is tuned to the Gripply.
Okay.
Important distinction.
Okay, so the Greater Wish scroll that we have is attuned to the Gripply.
No. Oh, those are the stones. The scroll is
Okay.
just a scroll. The scroll is straight up just a genuine scroll.
All right. I
that can
just
be
wanted
cast
to
by
make sure.
anybody.
So it
There's
looks like
three magical
you
items
cannot-
on the table here.
Like
so
the,
from what
the
I
scroll
understand, they're in.
straight up cannot
ahead.
be attuned to the Gripply because it predates the Gripply's existence.
I believe the scroll was being used to create these gems for those wishes for the Gripply.
If it were used, it would not exist.
So
well,
I mean,
that's why
there
I'm
might have
thinking,
been
like,
other
there might have been
scrolls
a
like
time-
this.
Sure, other
there might have been a
scrolls, but,
time
like,
where they were like transcribing it back in the day.
But it is not attuned to the Gripply because the Gripply did not exist when the scroll was made.
Exactly.
Magus Academia?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you what I was going to try and do?
I do, but I just want to finish this thread first because
Natural 20.
beautiful. Short
Magus,
answer is
are you feeling okay?
in short, this hold on 1 second here. Yes, this makes a significant amount of sense to you. The level of power that would be necessary for somebody to use a scroll of Greater Wish and create the Gripply gems is staggering.
Yeah, I kind of assumed.
Borderline unfathomable. And this is a fancy vet's office.
I knew it. I fucking knew that's the best way to describe this. This had all the feeling of veterinary office.
So, okay, so I'm reaching the end of my rope here with my
Yeah,
bones,
no, we were-
so
this-
I'm not even I'm
Okay,
not
can I-
even going
can I
to
just
try
say
and
something?
translate this into Soba-ese, but Soba's proposal. So she's gonna pull out her greatsword, she's gonna unscrew the pommel, and she's going to offer to hide the scroll inside the hollow part of the grip, and say essentially to the effect of, until we know what's going on this in this area, like the scroll stays in there, and since the sword has a rune that basically it's rune of returning, it can literally never leave Soba's side, meaning the scroll will be essentially safe, and Soba doesn't want to do anything like selfish with it anyway. Soba has no real desires like that, so.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No,
The
I
thing that I was
think
trying to make
Soba's
with
the safest person to have
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, go ahead, Magus.
The thing
please.
that the thing I was hoping to make with one of the gems was a container of magic suppression, at the very least to mask it while we hit it on ourselves.
Yeah.
But I suppose the sword could work just as well.
Yeah,
No,
the
just
sword is
make it
already
a magic
magic, so it really is just making a magic sword seem more magic, which is like...
Like, to a magic detection spell, which I can cast, it will just make the sword look more magical.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to assume that there's some people that can probably infer more sensitive magic, so let's try and keep that sword away from Granny. Just saying.
Oh no, I think that Granny is way above the level of that spell.
Yeah, like Granny Biscuits is a fae of like considerable power.
like,
I literally
Granny
think she would
Biscuits
see
is
a...
fey.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
There's a difference between Fae and the caliber of this spell. Just throwing that out there. This
Yeah.
I mean, I know
Yeah.
I know she's
Sure,
not an
sure,
arch.
It's
but
like
she's
in
not-
the territory of deific power.
yes.
she's
Yeah.
not hunting for this kind of power.
Yeah.
She has this kind of power on her own because she's Granny Biscuits.
No, probably not.
Probably
No,
not.
hang on. What if Granny Biscuits was an archfey the whole time?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
a question
know.
mark I don't want to
All right,
humor
guys.
by...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
new
what-
mission.
The GM can hear you.
Let's kill Granny Biscuits.
No. No,
Anyway,
As we-
I don't know a
okay.
lot about Wish, or at least the details, but usually all I know about Wishes is it's not something that most characters have, even powerful ones.
Jade,
Hi.
if Soba dies, I want to make the equivalent of a Pact of the Archfey Warlock with Granny Biscuits as my patron.
Okay, but it's still gonna be Husa, right?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah. If anybody dies, we get to be a Gripply. Like, that's the
Exactly.
pact.
Yeah.
All right.
I just
Okay.
wanna-
Someone kill me. Someone kill me right now.
I just want to clean up a couple things before we wrap
Absolutely
up.
not. I love
I-
Soba too much.
I have given you a great treasure and with it a great burden. I could not be happier with your reactions and the way that you parsed. I was worried about the way that I had written out the all the journal scenes and the way that this was going to be handled through storytelling. And I am personally very happy with how it turned out. I would like to know how you guys feel about how this played out.
I feel like this is like, well, okay. First of all, this highly depends if you know the fucking group isn't a bunch of murder hobos. That's
yeah,
like
definitely.
the first. That's the first thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second
No.
off, I
No.
think this is an interesting, just as a question even, it's interesting to present to a reasonable, not low level, like level
Mhm.
5 is low, but not that low. It's but it's
We're
like
low
to a low
level.
level party. It's an interesting thing to present. I feel just as a scenario to throw in there.
I think it's more
It
interesting
feels-
because you're a low-level party.
Well, exactly, because it's like,
Mhm.
well, now you've given us power.
Mm-hmm.
However,
Um.
we're not evil, so it's like, fuck.
The other thing that I want to... I just really, really want to tell you a scenario, okay? If I may indulge myself real quickly.
All right.
If there was a cavalcade of if there was a inundation of bad rolls, and the scroll went off, if you will, and the scroll was imbued with too much magic and was cast, it was going to begin to tear apart reality if it didn't have an actual casting point and an actual conclusion to the cast. You were going to have 100 real life seconds to make the wish, and I was going to enforce that with it on timer.
Oh.
Oh.
That was going to be the fail state if you went about translating it in a catastrophic way or tried to use too much magic imbuing into it, and that could have been interesting too.
Aren't,
hey,
you,
new
aren't you
campaign.
all glad that you got a detective on the team?
Yeah.
Hang on. What if the wish we said was new campaign?
I mean,
We can still make that.
just hold your breath.
Unironically, if we were told like 100 seconds to make a wish, yeah, I almost definitely would have just immediately said, "I wish for a grilled cheese sandwich."
I was thinking the same thing, Burger.
I
Because
wish everyone who
it
dies
is the
goes to hell no
only
matter
way.
what.
It's the
Also-
only way you're gonna spend a wish, and you know that no one's gonna die.
Okay, so I gotta suggest
Okay,
something.
but Sprig, I appreciate that. I want you to know that if I were given that chance, I would say we all die to cosmic horror.
What does make
But
horror? Why can't you just die regular?
Oh no
I
no no
just-
no!
Big Soba.
Yeah.
Big Soba, yes, but
I
like,
honest-
if I was given a choice, like you have to make a choice right now, we all die to cosmic horror because that's my shit.
No, that
Yeah.
I
that
have
would be
to
failing
say-
to make the cast within the time period would be functionally that.
I-
Go ahead.
I have to make a suggestion that's for the big Soba camp. Why not just give her pick size. Pick your size, whatever. You can be small Soba, and then suddenly you're Kaiju Soba. You can
Soba always wants to be big.
I know, but sometimes
They don't fit everywhere.
Real
I'm just
quick,
saying.
is there any feedback for me on how this played out and how we went about it?
Soba not large enough.
As a general map enjoyer, lack of proper map.
Agreed
Thought that is
wholeheartedly. I apologize, and I will approach you about that.
No,
But
I'm having a great time.
But that, just to be very clear, that is very
Yeah.
small. Very,
Mhm.
I was a little disappointed that the centipede, we didn't actually get to fight it and it ran away.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I wanted to
but
keep
I
it.
felt like I don't know how many things we were well equipped to handle that kind of fight aside from you.
Honestly,
I
like,
know.
Yeah,
It's
that's fair, and
my
this is-
it's my fault. It's my fault because when I made Soba, I was like, okay, we have a bunch of nerds. Okay, someone needs to be there to fight. Because I assumed Jade would run this like a regular tabletop campaign.
Because your
Really,
first
instead it's just been, oh, I like a combat is going to start. Soba's the only one who can do it. So in order to make it fun for everyone else, it's kind of why I'm regretting playing Soba a tiny bit.
You know, I
So-
cannot.
Soba is amazing, first of all, and
Yeah.
like you and I are the only combat monsters.
That's true.
You know,
Constant,
But
yeah.
like, I
was
thought
city.
I really enjoyed the thing running away. So
Yeah.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah. I
not to-
just
not to
I
say
like
that you're wrong about how you felt about it, but like,
Mm.
yeah.
I'm still disappointed. You know, I was so close to like bringing in like another character that I've made in the past, but I didn't feel like the campaign much advantage. And that was Goji, the character
Yeah.
that's permanently magically stuck at large.
Oh boy. My
So-
yeah, my only sorry, I just want to finish my thought. The
Please,
only
please.
reason I feel like that, by the way, is just because like this is my only Pathfinder game, and I want to practice because man, am I still I know a lot of the rules, but I don't know them in application. That's the only reason.
I mean, we are Pathfinder in name only. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
Like-
let's be honest at this point. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
how I intended it from
those-
the start.
the-
Like my games are my games, and it is more freeform acting and cooperative world building than any individual system.
I
And
really,
the
Unless I'm
skill
running
challenges
fourth-
are like straight up 4E D&D.
There,
I
yeah,
really-
and I love that. Well,
I
No,
really
no, like,
do
I
appreciate Seb's
Love skill
work.
challenges.
and the two things I wanted to say in response primarily is, A, it's not because we have a bunch of nerds. It's because this is how I like to DM. It's because
That's fair.
I think that skill challenges as a narrative cooperative device that we are all working together to make a story for are more interesting than combat. I would
Yeah.
rather have a single skill challenge than almost any form of I'm going to roll a d20 to see if I hit. It's more interesting to have an action that it plays out, to me at least, than to roll some
Fair.
dice and see what the numbers show up. So that's just because that's how I like to make games. That's how I like to do that. But the second thing is,
Fair.
thank you. The second thing that is on par with this is the core of this entire game is culture. The keystone of this entire thing is you are seeing different cultures, radically different cultures, wildly different from things that your characters or yourselves have really experienced or possibly even considered, and learning about these cultures that are in a organic way, and in a small way, it's about empathy. The entire
Okay.
campaign
Fair
is
enough.
about empathy towards unknown cultures. Like that's kind of like the whole theme of everything that's been going on, and the giant fire centipede is also a reflection of that. It's the centipede was not that's why I was clarifying. The centipede is not there for a fight. It is afraid and lashing out because it wandered into the wrong place, and people pull up arms against it. And when someone pulls up arms against you, and you're a giant fire centipede, it was afraid. And so that was
you
also
fight,
this
unless you
specifically
have to
was
run
a
away.
microcosm of the themes of the entire game. Is the giant fire centipede is not a villain, is not a monster to be slain. It is a creature that is afraid, because at the end of the day, there's no monsters. There are just people who all think that what they're doing is the best for themselves and those around them.
Okay, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
for me and probably Soba, I do want to know what that fire centipede tastes like.
That's fair, but you'll have to deal with that. But anyways, I just wanted to put that out there because, like, I mean, you guys know this. You guys have been playing the campaign.
Like,
You guys, I'm just putting words to what you guys have been seeing. But that's part of like that's just the kind of campaign that I wanted this specific setting in this specific campaign to be. And you guys have really made this campaign shine for me as a DM because you guys have seen the stuff that I have put down on the table and looked at it analytically. You guys have picked it up and observed it and rolled it around in your hands and said, I see what you are offering here. I see the story that you're trying to tell. And I am willing to engage with it on the story's own terms in the way that is interesting to look at. And that is the greatest gift that you guys could give me in this campaign, is because that's what I want this campaign to be, is that consideration, is that level of empathy, is really the best word for it, towards these fantasy cultures that I have come up with, to consider each of them and their own merits and their own cruelties for that. Frankly, I mean, the goblins we're still slavers, and the Kenku are not good people. But the fact is that inside their own cultures, they are still following their own what they believe is best, and that's hard.
And
to
I want to be clear, like, I have played this campaign before. This is a completely different campaign from the campaign I played before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is
Really?
100% different. Yeah.
Like, was it because there was more combat in the previous one, or is just like the way that we've been going about this is like way off base?
No. Nothing is off base. Like, we are approaching things differently because we have a different approach. It's not different because, like, there was more fighting or this or that. It's like we are coming at it from a different angle. We have a different perspective, and it makes it a different campaign.
Yeah. I do want to say one thing
Go ahead, please.
about the empathy angle. I don't think you're gonna get Soba to empathize with the Kenku.
I know, and that's why I love your interaction with them.
No,
and that's why I love Soba. Soba is the brute force, might makes right, I'm strong, and that means I can protect my friends attitude that really helps establish the rest part of that angle. Yeah, especially the Kenku. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to introduce a very slight concern, but I'm doing this for the purpose of it will add conflict to our dynamic about this one.
Hooray!
Soba does have one, and in their eyes, selfless decision that they can do with that greater wish, and that is to de-lich the Kenku. But that thought hasn't occurred to Soba.
No, I mean, and even then, I feel like Soba wouldn't do that because Soba's a warrior, like, you know, like that's like her whole thing, like honor and shit. So like, I feel like just wishing someone dead, like, you know, she would rather, she'd rather fucking tear the Kenku apart, like feather from bone, rather than just wish them out of existence.
I think,
you know,
that wouldn't be Soba's thing. No, she couldn't deal with that. No.
I think the way Magus was implying was to just not to do like that it instantly kills him, but it's just like bye phylactery.
Well,
I was more, if I may.
Sorry.
I was more thinking of it in the way that like the thought might occur to Soba, and that might be something to consider of like, does my desire for battle outweigh the moral responsibility of removing these, you know, death dealers? And it would be something that might like come up as like something that Soba might consider that we end up talking about in the campaign.
So I guess you're right there, but like also like I feel like, okay, so like once again, like I don't know because this hasn't happened yet, but also like Soba is from a tribe that used to do necromancy, and the main thing she hates about necromancy is that basically it was used for evil directly under her nose for most of her life, and she never noticed it until it affected her, and she feels like shit about that. And so she has been wrong before, And by her like warrior's opinion, if she goes to just wipe out all the necromancers and they manage to kill her before she kills all of them, then she was wrong. Very, like it's a very simple black and white way of like, like might makes right. Like,
Yeah.
like I can kill you because I think you're wrong, therefore I'm correct. But like, yeah, like just wishing them all out of existence, I feel like would make her feel like that she was wrong. And I don't know if she could handle that.
Yeah,
Whereas,
I think
like, my character would wish the people who did this to him out of existence in a second and not think a thing about it. But I've basically escaped from them, so I don't care about them.
Yeah. And I also think
I would
that,
much rather like deal with the shit that I've got and let CC walk. Not that that's like the ultimate thing we can do with it, but like that's a much better use of it than doing anything for me.
And I also just want to just add like one thing. Soba wishing all necromancers out of existence would also wish her out of existence because she does know necromancy. She just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't think having the knowledge versus doing it. I think there's a difference.
To her, there's no difference. It's knowledge that she has and she can't forget it. So in her mind, she is forever like just as bad, and that's why she wants to kill them.
She's
like with her own hands.
She knows necromancy.
Yeah.
I think I think that the party is probably going to go camp in the woods tonight at the since I doubt you want to sit and sleep in an inn with this thing. But I think that each of you is going to be spending the evening thinking long and hard about about the scroll you received, and I look forward to opening up on that next time.
Yeah.
For now, I hope you guys all enjoyed that moral debate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like no concerns. I like my character does not have a concern about how this scroll is going to be used.
Yeah.
I think my character. Oh, sorry.
I have complete trust in you people, and that's it.
The thing about my character is like he just has to do a great deed, preferably something good, and so long as people know that he helped in doing that deed, so that people know, so that he can get knighted. That's his main concern with this. So he has no intention of doing it for anything selfish, really. I mean, he could wish himself to be a knight, but he could also do something good and become a knight.
Yeah.
And even greater wish is not an infinite thing. It is basically a deific power, but it is not an infinite power.
Yeah, like I said, like Soba's wish would be to get rid of the mist and help the people of Landfall, but like once again, like you said, we need to figure out what the fuck's going on first before we do that. Okay.
Like unironically, I think that making Soba big, fun idea.
Very fun idea.
If we make her big enough, she can just blow the fog away.
Exactly.
But unironically, like using a wish to make someone not disabled anymore would be the thing that my character would want more than anything. And like, I'm not saying that that's what CC wants. I'm not saying anything like that. But like, I would go for that over basically anything else. Like, make one person's life immeasurably better.
You are also on, frankly, several grand quests, and that is a nice thing to have in your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce. I don't feel good. I'm gonna.
Yeah, we were supposed to end an hour ago. I apologize for drawing this out.
Have good rest.
Hope you feel better, Liv.
Bye.
Feel better, and
Bye.
yeah. She's gone.
I'm going to wrap my stream here. I would like to hang out and talk with you guys for a few minutes still, but I will say goodbye to everybody. You are all wonderful and appreciated and loved.
Bye-bye, YouTube.
Bye.
Love ya.
You YouTube land.